natural light. It's early in the morning. I figured it would be good for learning to wake up this early. I could be drawing. And it's gonna be chill because I'm not really awake. Not really awake yet. I will be queuing up somebody else. So I can chill. Mm. Ooh. I wish I could look more sleepy, but I'm already pretty sleepy. Uh, got at least one podcast episode. Mm-hmm. Huh? And a couple of short videos from art. Um, I'm gonna queue also artistic documentary I don't know if they're documentary. But put it on my jacket. Put Jacob Geller in there. Why not? I don't know since I've watched a David Cho too. Whoa. I think he's lost some weight. Oh, he also shaved his beard off. He looks very different without the beard. I gotta grab one of my Pop Tarts. Portable. I already know. Uh, Dark History. Secrets of the Louvre. Sounds interesting. Do that one. I doubt we're actually gonna make it through all of these. Ooh, Monet. It's also possible that I'll like decide to skip some of these if they aren't clicking. You know, I've had those before where I start a video and then just doesn't really go in a way that I'm interested. Mm. Maybe it's yeah, that should be good. I've got it queued up. I'll leave the title out. Perfect. Perfect. Here we go. Podcast episode will be first, and then from there it's kind of variety. It'll be chill today. The drawing that I'm doing is more Return to Blackwell. I've got 2 pages. The layout's a little different than I usually do. I really like, let me show you. This kind of setup. So, this is one panel. This is a second panel. This is a third panel. I like those sort of invisible lines of panels, but also just this top, middle, bottom kind of layout that they have. That that I have. um, it just makes for like a really smooth reading experience. Not reading experience, but viewing experience. Because everything is kind of centralized and has like a point of focus composition wise from the top expanding out to the bottom. And I like those kinds of compositions a lot. So, um, I should have another example of what I mean. Let me use a non-fan art example. So, this was my comic. Um, this one has like proper paneling here, but here from top to bottom, it's again the triangle composition, which gives me this cool angle where we have both like this very dramatic transition from a zoomed in face to like a very uh dramatized 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 expression with a really dynamic lighting to like within the same frame and panel having this real obvious focus on this book that she has. So it kind of makes this triangle composition where you start focused here and then you transition down and then down. And because of the shape of her silhouette, it kind of fills out that extra space. So I really like that. I still kind of have that for the second page here. For this first page, I wanted to try something different. Sometimes in manga, there's this composition where they'll have like the main panels that you're reading over here, and then a full body related panel here. So that's what this kind of is. It's not perfect, and I think I'll probably have to figure out like invisible paneling like I have for that Enreco piece. But Um, sorry, I'm adjusting myself. For the second panel, it still has that triangle structure here, but I have the focus in this like final panel like really small, almost, almost, almost in a reverse triangle, with like this taking up the most space, and then being a bit smaller, and then being the smallest. But it really is more like this, and then the small part on the end. So, um, the scene is towards the end of the session, probably like the second major half, where a evil Silas has or is monologuing about essentially what he's become and how everyone else can uh, simply simply give up. And I think Oliver is actually the only person who dies here, quote unquote. He doesn't, from what I understand, he does not actually die. I haven't fully watched his perspective again. I'm starting from like the beginning of his, but I watched some of this one specifically for this comic. And it's just, he is so cool. He's simply so cool. And because I was watching the finale from Eliza's perspective, there was this moment where she's like trying to figure out where Silas went. She's just like essentially, quote unquote, talked to um, Elliot's ghost. And she's like realizing that there's some people lingering over here. It's Amond and Benny, and there's this like split second almost. It's like super fast rewatching it, but like in the moment I was like, oh, there was like a there was like a thing, an unspoken thing there, an unspoken understanding that Oliver, who is being convinced to go into the darkness by his ghost sister, quote unquote, um, is probably the most similar to Eliza in this moment. Like your sibling who you care very deeply about has come back for a moment and is calling to you and is like have giving you this chance to be together again when they've like been your whole world your whole life. And I think he's yelling at everyone else who's like trying to get his pack off of him as he's obviously choosing to go into the dark. But everyone's like, Oliver, just give us your pack and you can go. Except for Hawkins, who is trying to convince him like it's not her. And Oliver just isn't, he's just not really there. He's like not listening. But Eliza walks up, hearing the commotion and looking for Benny and Eamon, and sees Oliver. And I think it's very clear that she wants to say something. Like, from a viewer perspective, watching a person play a game, her mic is unmuted here. And I think if anyone could understand character wise what Oliver is feeling and going to do in this moment, it's probably Eliza. Um, and he is yelling at everyone else, but as she is walking up and he sees her, he's saying to everyone else, "Y- you will not do this. You will not take my sister from me again." And as she walks up, he notices her and is like, "None of you will convince me of it." And points the sword towards her just that little bit more. It's like a really like small turn of the sword to her as she's standing there, and she doesn't say anything. And he's like locked on her for a minute, and then he starts to kind of like uh, turn back to his sister, and she fully turns around and walks away and doesn't say anything to him. And I just think it's a really good little moment because there's also a point where she gets a little further away and turns back, and she's not necessarily turning to look at him specifically, but she can see him very clearly in the distance, walking away. And I feel like if it was Eliza, she would probably see herself in that moment walking away with Elliot. So that's kind of what the comic is. It's this really awesome, awesome moment with Oliver that Eliza happens to stumble into and sort of sees herself in. So that's kind of what it's going to be. This last panel is her and then Elliot walking walking away, even though it's really Oliver and his sister. So I think I need to work on this panel a little bit more. Sorry, this page a little bit more. But I think it'll probably be fine, honestly. I just don't know. There's something about this panel too. Like, I needed something that suggested Eliza was turning away in order to transition into the next page. And this was the closest I could reasonably get without taking up too much like actual comic paneling style. So that's the closest that I can get that. It might just also be that she's a little too big. She's taking up too much of the page. And I need to enlarge this middle one just a little bit more. But we're going to work on this today. I'm going to refine it through the lines. And it is going to be in black and white because this is in like a cave. There's not very much color or anything. So I'm just gonna do some black and white shading for it for lighting purposes and go from there. All right. Here we go. I'm turning on the
On a
podcast.
cold winter day in Japan, a woman settled into her quarters after a long day of teaching. However, her evening would be anything but peaceful. In her toilet, she would find a floating shoe, one that she would discover belonged to the deceased man trapped inside her septic tank.
This is a
What
mystery
unfolded after
podcast, by
that
the
led
way.
to local unrest and
It'll be
conspiracy theories denying
spooker.
the official story. Today, we're investigating the Fukushima toilet death. This is Red Web. Welcome back, Task Force. Before we begin
I gotta see if
today's
there's an
episode, Fredo and I
Oliver
just
reference,
wanted to
actually.
address our second Indieversary, which, Fredo, is this Wednesday, June 3rd.
Absolutely amazing. You started from a scary time.
Dude, yeah.
You know, not knowing if the task force would be there to catch us, and you guys did. And now we're years into this, being cradled in your soft arms.
Strong arms.
Just really strong, though. Like possibly vascular, a little too strong. Might want to get tested for steroids or something like that. I'm not quite sure about the task force arms right now.
Whatever you're doing, just keep it up. Because genuinely, I remember those days when you, me, and Christian were sitting in a room before the shutdown of our previous home, and we were like, you know, we didn't know where this would go. We were like, let's at least try to finish out the year and go out on our terms or what have you. And now it's 2 years since we went independent. So Task Force, we just wanted to say again, thank you so much. If you want to support us now, you can do so at redwebpod.com. But whether you've supported for 2 years, 5, we're almost at 6 years, Fredo, or even just like 6 minutes, we really appreciate you being here, allowing us to stay true to ourselves, explore the unknown, and also just like have a good time over on the Patreon page. I love Fredo's movie club and break room and all sorts of stuff going on over there.
Yeah, support what you love. Like, you know, it's just us doing this. And so, you know, it's all up to you guys. And we're flourishing because of you guys.
Yeah. So thank you once again. And with that said, let's dive into today's episode. Welcome back, Task Force, to another episode of Red Web, the podcast all about unsolved mysteries, true crime, and the unknown. I'm your resident mystery enthusiast, Trevor Collins, and joining me hearing this case for the very first time,
I already have it.
Alfredo Diaz.
What do you mean, man? Like, what do you mean?
I was so eager for your first reactions to this one.
Like,
there he is.
Just so out there of a story.
This boy.
And of course, it's like there's a conspiracy behind it.
Always.
Like the shoe came up.
And then I have to open my own Eliza.
The shoe was seen in the toilet, and we'll talk about.
How does that?
Listen, I'll take you deep down that toilet and tell you everything that's happening here.
How wide is the toilet?
Good question. I'll get that. How deep is the toilet? We'll get that too.
Like the pipes must. Like what?
It is okay. I'll address that up front because it is a pretty gobsmacking situation. Okay, a normal toilet, you got like a little, you know, PVC pipe that you flush down through and off it goes. This is a simple toilet. It is a U-shaped structure. So it is like a squatting toilet that goes down into a septic tank that has another kind of access point outside. So it creates a U shape, and you would pump that septic tank empty periodically. So it's a very simple version of a toilet,
shirt
not
off
so much like
version
the
though
plumbing that you might be thinking about.
All right, so then that solves that in my head.
Otherwise, it's a very tiny shoe.
Right. Very tiny. But then also, I guess
I probably got a decent enough reference of that in the screenshot.
Is there not, you know, a person in the tank? But I guess like
we got a man in the tank.
I'm very interested to see how or why it's turned into a whole thing.
It is a very interesting predicament, and this case is wrought in all of the discussion with the knee-jerk reaction of a guy being in a toilet and what the implications might be. But as we kind of I'll unfurl this case with all the details that we have. Again, it's one of those cases that, especially due to time and translation issues, there are some blind spots in the case. And so we're going to kind of highlight some of those so we can be honest about the case. But then, of course, when you get to the theories, when you get to the public outcry about the official response, because officially this case is closed. There is a solve in the official records. But what are the conspiracy theories? Why do people doubt the official record and report and all of that? That's where the case really starts to get interesting. Because otherwise, yeah, you would just assume what the police concluded would be, bang, that's it. It's a very interesting case. And of course, the name is very shocking. Toilet death. It doesn't sound very poetic in any way for anyone to die in a toilet, but that's what we're working with.
No, yeah. But then I guess like if you, I'm assuming like, you know, someone got murdered and then shoved into the septic tank or whatever, they're gotta be found, right? At some point in time.
Maybe, you know?
Yeah. I'm very interested to see like with the thought process behind that, if that pops up or anything like that. It's just because I'm like, how did you think that that wasn't gonna become an issue?
Doing that one
too
exactly.
lately?
Right. Someone's going to find that. That's, I think, a very interesting thing that you've already latched onto is why was this person down there? And if it was to stash a body, it's so obvious because the way this toilet works, you would see it. So hold on to that question as we kind of unfurl this one. Of course, Task Force, if you want to support us directly, there's many ways to do that. One, you can go to store.redwebpod.com. We got some merch for moms and people that love moms, our newest stuff. We also have all sorts of other goodies over there. You can go to redwebpod.com, support us directly. That is our Patreon page. You get all sorts of, like, you get this podcast ad-free, lots of exclusives, like this week's movie club on the movie Hush, which we just recorded. Fredo, it was a phenomenal film.
Great.
You watched
film.
it for the first time.
I did. It was a great film, and if you're into like slashers or thrillers, totally worth the watch.
Yeah. If you know the name Mike Flanagan, hop over. It is a great movie to watch. And then Christian turned us on to there's a different cut of this movie that we had no idea about called, what was it called, Christian?
The Shush Cut.
The Shush Cut.
Yeah,
It's black and white.
Black and white, removes most of the score of the movie and then redoes some of the sound design, and it amplifies. I also don't
draw this kind of expression very often.
Siegel, the director, writer, and star, have said that that's their preferred version.
Dang, I have so much FOMO now having not seen that one. Anyway, so we talk about that this Friday, redwebpod.com, or you could simply review the podcast, share it with a friend, share it with your mom. We are mom's favorite podcast and the #1 movie podcast about mysteries. And a real quick note for this episode, it does have some sensitive topics, so if you'd like those, they are in the description. All right. Well, with that said, let's dive into the toilet. Okay, I had to say it. It is February 28th, 1989, Fredo, and an elementary school teacher named Yumi Tanaka noticed something odd after returning to her teacher's housing in the small village of Miyakoji, Japan. So to give you an idea here, the elementary school
what I'm doing right now is essentially getting the
and her
proportion
is pretty basic, but it's like right there on property. So that's where we're at. And at the time, Miyakoji is a very small, quiet village. It's in the Fukushima prefecture. And what makes it complicated when you look back on this town is the fact that in 2005, it merged with a bunch of other villages to create the city known as Tamura. So it's kind of hard to look back through the annals of history and really delineate some of the name changes of things.
Okay.
But I wanted to figure out, okay, it's small, it's quiet, how big is it? I saw, I think in 2003, the population was around 3,100. And so you can imagine in 1989, it's give or take about that size. So Tanaka was a teacher, like I mentioned, at the elementary school there in the village, and after she finished teaching that day, she decided to use her private bathroom in her teacher's quarters around 5 p.m., though some sources say it was later around 6. We do have an image of Tanaka's teacher housing, so you can get an idea of what this housing looks like and kind of where
I didn't think about that. That's going to be a lot of that.
Oh, wow, that's an old photo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a really
and
simple
then I'm gonna draw his hair on there.
and walls, single story, maybe a little attic you got going on there. Very straightforward.
Yeah, rudimentary, kind of cabin-like, but it's got everything you need. Nothing like, no bells and whistles or anything, but pretty standard. And Task Force, as always, if you want to watch the video version of the podcast, head to Spotify or to YouTube, or if you want the images on social media, at RedWebPod on Instagram. So like I said, and you know I like to do this, I want to be forthcoming about the gaps in our knowledge here. There's the discrepancy on time, which isn't a game changer, 5 p.m., 6 p.m., but there's a small difference on like what the name of the elementary school was. I've seen it be Miyakoji Village Elementary School or Furumichi Elementary School. I've also seen Dulu Village Elementary School. Either way, we know that we're working with a small local elementary school. Now, at this time in Japan, it was common for bathrooms to have what's called squat toilets. Again, I'll have an image for you to reference here. But the idea is that you kind of stand over the toilet and you go to the restroom in the squatted position rather than sitting down on the porcelain throne.
I mean, like, I just don't think everyone's physically capable of doing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not everybody can have that balance.
Yeah, that's the whole balancing act. I don't know, man. I just feel like you're just making the floor potentially make the floor messy. That's a very interesting, yeah.
Put this in the guys' room and you know you're slipping and sliding. I'm sorry, guys, but
that's
we got to
true,
be
though.
honest about the urinal situation. That thing is supposed to be convenient, and why am I dodging puddles? Okay?
It's nasty, man.
It's nasty in there.
I like wipe down my shoes and stuff and like throw them in the wash because it's just like some public restrooms are just disgusting.
Yeah, I need socks for my shoes before I go in these
Now,
places.
I'm not going to draw his eye in this one.
Now, I know that
In order to make
obviously
it
in modern times, when you think about Japan, you think about toilets,
good
you think
establishing.
about the gaze and the cleanliness.
Mm-hmm.
But Christian, I'm
I
actually
think his
really
hair is
curious,
probably
'cause
distinct
you
enough.
know much more about Japan than I do. Is the squatting toilet much more common? Maybe not modern-wise, but is this kind of like a frequent kind of toilet structure in Japan? Do you know?
Yeah, they're typically found in older places, older buildings.
Okay.
And kind of as time wore on, they modernized and started having, traditional toilets that you'd see, anywhere else. But squat toilets are still very common. They do have modernized versions. Like I've seen them where, it looks like a everyday version of one. So it's slowly shifted, but they are still very common there.
If I had to guess, I would imagine that this is about ergonomics. It's the same reason why people got squatty potties. So even when you are sitting, you're closer to that natural squatting position of your primordial ape. And so maybe just going in that position is more natural. I don't know. And sometimes, you could bring a handful of leaves in there, make it really feel like... I'm sorry, this is
just a handful of leaves. Like, you good in there, Trevor? You just hear rustling around and stuff.
I'm eating my paleo diet. I'm crapping outside in the squatting position. I want it to feel like my roots,
Oh, man. I feel like just go outside.
I feel like...
Hey, also,
yeah.
these references.
Okay, so this is the toilet we're talking
Does have
about.
a
This is the
bandage on that
structure
side.
we're talking about because it is a relatively rudimentary setup as compared to your typical modern toilet, right? So this toilet, as I mentioned earlier, it's connected to a small sewer tank of sorts. So this squatting toilet goes straight down, and then there's kind of a U-bend. At the bottom is a reservoir where the human waste will go, and then at the other end, it comes back up, and there's a manhole cover there where someone can eventually come and pump that system out every now and then. So it would eventually build up, somebody pumps it out, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you asked about the dimensions, and let's talk about that. So the toilet side of the opening was about 20 centimeters in diameter, so just shy of 8 inches. And the outside access point was a little wider at 36 centimeters in diameter, or just over 14 inches in diameter. So again, this is sealed with a manhole cover. I have a diagram we can look at later, but I do have an image of the exact pipe system that this case is talking about, because as we'll talk about, it had to be excavated. So take a look at this third image here. So that's just the plumbing part, agnostic of the toilet in the ground.
They're like big old tubes.
Big old tube? Well, relatively, yeah.
Yeah.
So for this particular image, the left side would be the toilet side. It's hard to tell, but that's what the caption of the image says. And in this image, it's also a replica because it had to be remade. We'll talk about that and why. The right side would be the exterior side. So this gives you a rough idea now of the sizes we're talking about and how big the U-bend is, right? So
yeah, it's very massive.
It's a decent size, but also the two openings aren't too far apart. So like essentially the toilet would be on one side of the wall. Just on the other side is where your manhole cover access would be. So coming now back to the teacher, Tanaka, it's after hours and she felt the call of nature, right? And so as she enters the bathroom, this is where she notices something off. Before she goes to the restroom, she peers down into the opening of the toilet and she sees a black shoe floating down below in the dregs of the water. And so she's like, well, this is very strange. How did this shoe, I don't own this shoe. How did it get into my toilet? And she decides
hello.
Which is wise, to check the
Why is my
sewer
username
tank
this?
side of this whole apparatus. And she notices
Oh,
that the
hello.
manhole cover is off. So
Hello,
she looks
sorry.
down in it and she screams in horror because she sees
I don't know how to change it. You probably have to go to your account settings.
Someone is down in this septic tank setup. And so
I'm
she yells
doodling.
for her colleagues, who then rush
I'm
to the
doodling and
scene.
listening to
They
a
confirm what
podcast.
she is seeing, right? They look down in there and they go, okay, yeah, that is a guy or
Oh,
someone.
you messaged me.
They immediately
I have
call
streamer
police.
mode on, so
I
it didn't
don't know
notify
exactly
me.
when they arrived, but I'm sure it was
How's
sometime
it going?
soon just after. But sometime later on, after the scene was discovered, the police arrived. They began excavation efforts. First,
Who's the hot guy? His name is Oliver. This is from I've been watching a VR chat role play. It's real good. It's real good. He's crazy. The finale just happened too. The thing that I'm drawing is from the finale, but he was a real good character. I love that for you. Thanks. This is also one of the characters, and here are some of the other characters I've been drawing from it. This girl here. I've been watching it from her perspective, so she is also a part of this comic. But there we go. Right now, I'm probably really in the early parts of it. I'm doing a little comic, so I'm portioning out this panel right now. Art is forever adorable. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing? I'm up a lot earlier than I usually am, so I'm kind of tired. VTuber is cute. Thank you. Thank you. I used to be a Capricorn girl with like big horns and like a tail, but I decided, even though I like the Capricorn look, I needed something a little more fun. Got a new job. Nice. I won't ask you where it is because we're on stream, but you can also message me. I've been looking for a new job too. My current one isn't like abysmal, but I'm kind of tired, you know. I'm tired. So oh, that's kind of perfect. Okay, let me duplicate it and do that. Let me go down here. Can talk more in Discord later. Yeah. You getting ready for work? Early morning. This is my first time being up this early in like months, honestly. I'm not usually up this early. I don't work today or tomorrow. Just started. What? Oh, I have to get up at 6:30 for job though. Yeah, my current job, I don't start until 9:30. It's like super close, so I usually don't get up until like 8 at the earliest. 8:30 at the latest. It's only an hour difference, but it can be a lot of difference sometimes. Oh, forgot that line. That'll be a different size. I'm an old man now. I have to go to bed early. Sounds nice. I have to go to bed early now. I'm an old man. I kind of vibe with that though. Like I stay up pretty late, but I'm getting to the point where that's getting kind of difficult to manage. Not even necessarily because I'm really tired a lot of the time. It's more so because there's just a lot going on all the time at this point. And it's it's hard to work around that, you know? So Claire goes to bed at like 10, even older, man. Wow. Honestly, I think most of the time I'm probably not actually going to sleep until 11:30 or midnight. Yesterday, I think it was like 1 a.m.-ish, but I don't work today. I have like the middle of the week off, so I usually don't worry about how late I'm getting to sleep on these days. Sometimes I go to bed at like 8:30 if I'm really exhausted, and that's enough to be early enough for like a week for me, and then I can go to bed whatever time after that the rest of the week. So 11 is good. 1 is late. You'll mess up your circadian rhythm. Probably. I mean, it's probably been messed up for years now. I've just got weird timing for everything that I do at this point. I do pretty good getting up by like 10 most of the time, though. Sometimes not until noon if it's like a really lazy Sunday or something like that. Most of the time, I'm up by like 10 o'clock. In high school, you went to bed at like 4 a.m. I did. But there's been some times occasionally still where I don't get to bed until like 4 a.m. But that's more so because I'm locked in on watching something that's live. And I want to be able to finish whatever it is. Should keep that part. Let's see here. Still watching One Piece? Not actively. I see enough spoilers on Twitter of the manga that I'm kind of casually keeping up with it. A lot of the time now, I watch the seasonal animes that are going because I have Crunchyroll. For as frustrating as Crunchyroll is, but it's so long. It is. It's still going too. So mostly watch Yaoi and MHA and YouTube. Yeah, YouTube takes up a lot of watching too. This podcast that I was listening to as you came in is on YouTube. So I like Good Mythical Mornings. Good Mythical Mornings is good. I still watch Game Grumps and stuff like that. Still mostly games and stuff. A lot of honestly more indie animation. I watch a lot of streamers. Still watch a lot of video essays too. Like Brutal Moose and Markiplier too. Yeah. I gotta catch up on some of the Markiplier stuff too. Iron Lung. Yeah, I finally started seeing images from it on Twitter and stuff. It took a really long time. But even for like the fact that the YouTube release came out earlier last week, this past week, I was thinking of getting a Blu-ray. Honestly, I like the art printed on it too. Do it, do it. My voice has like the perfect gravel for that right now. Oh. But I've been seeing the shirtless pictures of him and like all of that, so that's very funny. It's too much. Don't do. Would it be more? Thank you, Amy. We all say in unison. Amy's such a real one. I need to put his lip down a little bit. Gotta go to my blood theft appointment. I hope you have a great day. Thanks, you too. Let me know. We'll talk in Discord later. But feel free to just send me a message. I'll reply once I'm able. I did see that you messaged me, so maybe I'll just reply when I'm able. Hope you have a good day and they don't steal too much of your blood. How is that? Is that too? Is that too much? It might be a little too much in the center. I think if I had done it before I started doing before I started doing detail one. That's better.
Eventually, they do list the help of firemen because they realized there's not much we can do with the person given the diameter of this pipe and given the position they are. So they get the firemen to essentially start digging it up. They need to cut this pipe system out so they can cut it open and get the person out that way. And this is why I think the toilet parts had been broken off from the house. And so that part was essentially damaged as they went to get the person out. And later on, the father of this person, as we'll talk about, needed to create a replica of that portion of the pipe. And again, we'll explore that. But once it was unearthed, authorities took a closer look, and what they found only seemed to raise more questions, which is already a very confusing scene. But first of all, you've got a man inside a very small septic tank. He's curled up in the fetal position, and his hand seems to be near the opening of the toilet, but otherwise his left hand at least is curled to his chest. His
That's not bad.
Are
I thought it was gonna be worse, but
they're
that's not
pointing
bad.
to the
I don't draw
outside
facial
opening,
hair super often.
and he's holding a shirt that's folded up neatly against his chest. Now, to help with this visual, I actually have a diagram of the person down in the tank here if you want to take a look at this. This will also clarify a lot of the dimensions of this entire system.
Whoa. They really did squeeze a body in there.
Yeah, it's very tight.
Yeah, he's kind of in the fetal position with his hands tucked in. Really, the whole body is pinned in there. Like the feet are up against the wall, the head's up against another wall, his back is on the bottom, pinched in, and then the knees are also tucked in, hitting a wall as well. So there's like no wiggle room in there.
Mm-hmm. Now, what does your instinct say, and this is just me gauging what your thoughts are, about the knee position, right? Assuming whether he came in on his own volition or was shoved down in here, how does one get those knees around that 90-degree turn?
How did he get his knees? Because you think he'd come in through the 36 was a centimeter side.
Yeah.
Which, because the thicker side, the other side is like also as thick, but it narrows down to like 20 centimeters.
Right.
And so he'd have to come down head first. And he'd come down and I don't know. He tucks his knee without scraping his shin.
That's a little better.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the mind-boggling parts of the case, and it's really one of the first cracks in the story because people are of many minds, right? And we'll talk about all the different theories, but the real divide is, did he do this on his own volition, or was this an external party, a third party that did this, and then just like violently cranked his feet down in there which forced him into the fetal position. It is a cornerstone of this particular mystery or the conspiracy here.
Yeah, because it's very much like how you definitely question it. Like, how did you get in there for sure?
It's very difficult, however you slice it.
Yep.
And so, in addition to this expected body, here's a few other things that were noted. One shoe was found, right? She saw the shoe from the toilet side, and it was floating or covering his face, was the description. And again, he was found shirtless with his dress shirt neatly folded up, clutched in his hands against his chest, which is just a very peculiar detail.
It is.
And the next part is a bit graphic, but due to the sheer amount of waste here in the septic tank, that's the nature of the location he's found, he had to be washed several times before any sort of physical or forensic examination could happen on his body.
Yeah, that's good panel.
True. He's in a septic tank.
Now, I will say many conspiracy theorists point to this exact detail. The fact that he had to be washed several times could offer whoever, right?
Where'd Liz go?
An opportunity
I must have closed
to
it
scrub
accidentally.
any sort of forensic evidence off his body or kind of hide evidence, so to speak. But either way, facts are facts. He's going to have to be washed off. You have to. So forensics looking at the body concluded that his cause of death was, interestingly, not drowning or anything. It was hypothermia. And they noted that he had a circulatory issue in his chest. So basically, he's down in this pipe. It's late winter. He's losing body temperature faster than his body can recover it. And so because of this, your heart, your nervous system, and or your respiratory system can fail. And regarding the circulatory issue, we can't really find a whole lot of specifics, though some sources state that he may have suffered from some sort of thoracic circulatory failure. This would lead to positional asphyxia, which is just like a severe lack of oxygen. So your body, kind of in this position in the cold, is just shutting down. It is just failing to thrive. And because of this and the fact that he's in this position for so long, one could kind of see why, like that's why he would have passed away here.
That's wild, because I assumed because of the fact that he was in there, he was just dead and then shoved in there.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, you were alive in there, which is so much more gruesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it does seem to indicate. And honestly, I'm glad you pointed that out because, I started getting so in the weeds of the conspiracy theories. Sometimes it's hard to stay grounded in the actual narrative and not like the questions of the narrative. And so if you do take the forensics at face value and you don't say that someone behind the scenes is lying or manipulating, it would seem that, yes, this would be where he died rather than, like you said, dying somewhere else and moving into this position. In addition to that,
I've been drawing this hat wrong for like ever, I guess.
Well, it turns out he did have minor scrapes on his elbows and on his legs, but seemingly no defensive wounds or anything that would indicate a sign of struggle. A defensive wound being like scrapes on your dominant hand, certainly like on your palms, like if your hands out defending yourself and someone's slashing or whatever. Could be fractured forearms, sometimes cuts on your feet, things that, you're trying to push someone away.
Got it.
And it doesn't seem like any of that is on him. So again, if he were attacked, it would have been a surprise. But otherwise, it does seem forensically that this is where he died.
This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Factor.
No sponsors.
Forensics analysis kind of presumed that he died somewhere like 2 days prior to being found because of just like his level of decomposition and kind of where his muscles were at. This would make it February 26th that he would have died, which for all intents and purposes, that was a Sunday that year. Now, I wanted to look more into rigor mortis because I don't often hear about it very often. According to Britannica, rigor mortis sets in typically between 2 to 6 hours after death. It peaks very quickly at 12 hours after death is when it's at its maximum stiffness, the body. And then it fades over time. So somewhere between 24 and 48 hours, it starts to dissipate as those very muscles that are tensed up begin to decompose and can no longer hold that very tight stiffness.
That makes sense. It wouldn't just be tight and, oh, okay, yeah.
Which is funny because I don't know if it was cartoons or like movies as a kid, but for some reason I had this in my head that when you die, you just become a plank. You just become this like stiff board.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do.
I mean, you just see it in movies all the time where, like, they have a tight grasp on something, someone's a pry, their, hands open, become stiff and dead.
It's a very good visual thing for movies, but it doesn't last very long. So they could tell, ultimately, it had been about 2 days that he had died. Now, quickly, the man was identified as 26-year-old Naoyuki Kano. We do have an image of this gentleman as he was when he was alive. Now, what's interesting as you take a look at his face here, his surname has also been reported as Sugano and Kano, but regardless, he worked nearby at the nuclear power plant, and that will play a key detail in one of the conspiracies.
Did he know too much? Did he know something he wasn't supposed to know? Or there's some shady stuff going down at this power plant?
Could be.
I mean, the photo of him, he has a nice, big, fluffy fro of hair.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a suit. He looks, a very well put together young man. Yeah, nothing comes off as alarming or looks like a normal guy.
I mean, otherwise, just a regular guy until one day wound up here. Now, police ruled this death accidental, though it's unclear when exactly this decision was made, when this call was made. They stated that he was likely a peeping Tom and had entered the tank to spy on her as she was using the restroom.
Ew.
Now, by the end of March 1989, just over a month after the discovery, the case was filed as solved, and this was the official report.
So, I mean, just for the future, I'm going to let you guys know right now, I would never be doing some wild stuff like that, okay? You find me somewhere weird, it's because I got shoved down there, okay? Not because I was trying to peep on... Like, what?
Listen, a guy who's got to defend himself like that, Christian, I don't know how you feel like when someone comes out so strongly saying, I wouldn't do something like that, let me just put that caveat out there. It almost makes me think maybe he would do something.
Yeah, we
like
didn't
this.
have the idea in our heads, man. You put the idea in there.
I just feel like I just need to make it perfectly clear, have some clear lines of dialogue. It's like, oh no, man, I think he was peeping. That's why he was paragliding up there above the new beach. And I'm like,
paragliding.
and I was running for my life or dying heroically. Also, probably in a duster.
Oh, yeah, he's in a duster looking cool, but there's a non-zero chance it's in its septic tank, though.
Nah, I mean, that's because I got put in there. 100%. Spy on anybody who would do such. It's wild. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
I mean, sure, maybe he was, but also it's just like, man, to be like, you passed away, you're down there. But then he was alive when he was down there, so I don't know.
Yeah, and hold on to this one because, again, I'm not out here to character assassinate a man I've never met in my life, and I've only seen his image once. Like, we'll talk about this in more detail. It's going to be the first theory we talk about, but before we get there, you need to know that the verdict from the police was deeply unsatisfying to his community. I mean, Naoyuki was very well known amongst everybody in the village, and he was a very active member of his community. He worked at the nuclear power plant, part of the maintenance company, I should say, and he was active in the village youth club. He also reportedly excelled in public speaking, so he had a lot of charm, a lot of riz on him, which so do nefarious individuals, but he enjoyed poetry, he enjoyed music composition. These are all things that is vivid in the minds of the village. Now, this doesn't discount the call from the police, but it makes it much more difficult for the village community to kind of believe it or want to believe it. And this is the foundation with which we'll talk about the other theories. All in all, he was ultimately viewed as a standout member of the town, known for always being willing to help a neighbor in need. And that doesn't really, connect well with the idea of like violating someone's privacy and doing something a little bit more perverse. So as I kind of implied, it's for those reasons that the villagers couldn't accept the police's conclusion that he was some sort of creeping out, peeping Tom, looking at Tanaka, climbing down through a literal pipe of feces in order to do so. And their doubts raised many questions. I'm going to go through all these questions with like some meandering, and then at the end I'll come back and button them all up so you know what the list of confusing elements are.
Okay.
But it seemed to many people that several of the factors just didn't
Kicking
line up.
stuff.
For starters,
Accidentally.
people wondered how he ended up in the tank in the first place, right? Let's go back to the shape and the size. This U-shaped bend is a very kind of, it's not huge, but it's not small. At the end of the day, for a body, it's quite shallow, and the opening is like 14 inches, maybe 14.2 inches, 36 centimeters. It would have been nearly impossible for anybody to climb in from the toilet side, because that's like almost half. It's 20 centimeters,
Yep.
7.8 inches. So like, we know that it likely didn't go down that way, but even still, like 14 inches is difficult for your average gentleman to go squeezing down into.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we saw from the photos, it's tight.
In fact, now Yuki's shoulders were approximately 40.6 centimeters, so 16 inches in diameter, or wide. And obviously, you don't need to go diving in without like flexing. You can kind of fold your chest in as much as you can. But it's still, though, a lot of people are saying this would be extremely difficult for anybody with that kind of shoulder dimension, or certainly more, to fit down into this small space.
Right. I love the fact that they got the dimensions and they're figuring it out. And also, like, for someone who's like, oh, I want to peep in, I'm going to squeeze in, like, that's a big hurdle to get through.
It's a very dedicated hurdle to get through, and it would point to a very sexually frustrated man in order to push through something so recklessly, and that is very valid. It's possible that is the case. But check out this next image. I don't know who this gentleman is in particular, but I do know Naoyuki's father built a replica of that side of the pipe out of wood in order to demonstrate just how tight, like, getting into it would be, almost to kind of clear his name and say this is essentially impossible.
Look at that, man. Like, already his one shoulder is half in, the other shoulder is still popped out, and he's tight. He's like pinned in.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine like getting down there and be like, you know what? I'm so lonely. I really, really want to see this, and then pin yourself in there and contort yourself. Like, oh no, man, that's a big mental hurdle to get through.
It is a big pill to swallow.
But it seems like also like he was alive when he was down there.
At least for some time, we don't know how long.
Yeah.
The timeline starts to get a little hairy because, and we'll talk about it, he wasn't seen by his father or anybody that we know for a few days prior. So again, more wiggle room for conspiracy, but from our understanding, from the official conclusion, yes, he was still alive as he was in the tank.
No, it's all so weird.
Yeah, it is very weird. And a lot of people are also pointing to the fact that they're like, look, you had to dig the pipe out in order to get him out.
Yes, good point.
You couldn't pull him up out of the pipe, so why would he be able to get into the pipe? But then I'm sitting here, I'll be honest, like, maybe it's a situation where going in one way, like a fish hook. It goes in easy one way, it comes out hard the other.
Yes.
Because clearly he's in there. It's not like someone dug this up, built him into it, and dug it back down in there. Like,
No, yeah.
somehow he got down this pipe. That's just facts.
I guess and there wasn't any like broken bones or scrapes or anything, like he was like just shoved in there.
Just scrapes on his elbows and legs. And I mean, this is where you could say anyone's a liar, but we don't have the forensics analysis that says broken or dislocated shoulders or anything else like that. No.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he was just like jammed in there.
Yeah, scrapes.
I feel like there'd be a bunch of bruises, points in which they're like, maybe he has some fractures because they're just like trying to jam him in there. Like, I don't know.
Right, that's what I would think. Or more scrapes. I'm surprised there weren't scrapes because he was shirtless on his like shoulders.
Oh yeah.
Did he get down in there with his shirt
Probably
on and then take it off? I don't know, man, because I feel like that would be the highest pressure point, would be your shoulders as you're tightly trying to get in there.
When we're seeing it from the photo, it's like you could barely get like one shoulder in.
I don't know, man. Like I said, there's a lot of thoughts to be had here, but further questioning the narrative that he was willingly entering the tank, people started to ask why he removed his shirt so neatly, folded it, and then brought it down with him, right? You know, for context, like the winters in Japan are known to be quite cold, and on this particular day, the one that he is presumed to have died, there was roughly 20 centimeters or 7.8 inches of snow on the ground. And so, man, okay, if he left it outside, would that be evidence? If he took it in with him, why take it off in the first place? Maybe he took it off because it's easier to get in the pipe, but he took it with him to hide the evidence? Or was this, you know what I mean? Like, you can cut it all sorts of different ways.
Yeah, none of it's straightforward. And all of it's just really weird. Because, yeah, I thought there'd be like a dead person in there. And even then, I thought it'd be like mangled up maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions we can make that go left, right, and center. But I think what is interesting is that he decided to take his shirt off in the winter while there's snow out, while it's cold, and then climb down in there, even if that made it easier or what have you. I mean, I'm trying to think, if he was shoved down in there, how did they keep it folded nicely and tucked into his arms?
Yeah, it's all weird. It's all very weird that he's like as nicely packed in as he is, to be honest.
Yeah. I think one thing I could think of is getting in is easier without all the buttons on. And you fold it up and you take it with you because you hide the evidence, but you also take it off because maybe deceptively, I'm going to guesstimate that this septic tank in a house that's not occupied for a few days, we'll talk about that, maybe the septic tank felt warmer than it actually was because, you know, like if you're cold enough, even cold tap water feels room temperature. So maybe he thought he felt in there and he's like, oh, it's warm.
Like that desperate.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's just so desperate that there is no logic and there's no sense in like analyzing it that deep. Now, ultimately, I don't think any of these are really bulletproof questions, but they are worth asking the officials and trying to get the officials' takes on because they focus on some key details that do raise some like yellow flags.
Okay.
But there are still some other strange circumstances like the missing shoe, right? Remember, there was one down in the tank. Where's the other one?
Wait, so the shoe would have come up on the 20 centimeter side?
Yeah, so if you think of the U, there's the two entrances and then the bottom like rectangular tank. The shoe was just down there with him. Seemingly, by multiple reports, one said it was covering his face, one said it was floating, but obviously there wasn't enough waste in the tank in order for him to drown. So ultimately, yes, it was just seen on the toilet side, so maybe it went in first.
I don't know how that shoe gets to the other side then.
Yeah.
Right.
Was it wide enough for it to float around him?
I mean, doesn't seem. I mean, yeah, maybe it's wide enough, but I was just like, how does that shoe get from that tight side of the? Because his legs are coming in last. That's weird.
It's a great question. It's a great question. So, okay, but that's just one shoe. Where's the other shoe? And also, how did he get there? Yuki's car. Let's start with that. The car was found parked near the teacher's housing with his keys still inside the ignition. Specifically, some reports state that the car was not even really hidden, but rather parked in the elementary school parking lot. So it's like, okay, why was it parked in broad daylight if he's trying to peep and not get caught? I'll address some of these questions in the theories with my own take, but
a lot of this like doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up. And the biggest part to me is where the missing shoe was. The missing shoe was eventually found, quote, few hundred meters, end quote, from Naoyuki's car, resting on a riverbed in a river that kind of runs not too far from there. So how did his second shoe end up in a river?
Yeah.
Hundreds of meters away.
So now I'm kind of thinking like, did he get pushed in there? Did he get forced? Was he like threatened to jump in? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll go through each particular lens in the theories here because there's so many. I have my own like gut instincts and assumptions and what have you. But there's another layer to this. Okay, Tanaka, the teacher, Yumi Tanaka, and now Yuki Kano, they were actually close friends. That doesn't necessarily disarm the crime here. Maybe he felt comfortable going after this person or what have you. I don't know. But the fact that they were close friends meant that he would have known a few things, right? He knew that she would have been out of town prior to this incident because she was traveling from February 24th through the 27th visiting family. And so let's contextualize it away from dates and in the week. So she's a teacher. She's traveling Friday through Monday. These are the days that she's out. It would seem that now Yuki expected her to return on the 28th to resume teaching. That would be a Tuesday. Now, since she was the sole user of that bathroom, which he also would have likely known, it seems implausible that he would have entered the tank on the 26th, the day that he died in there, to spy on her, knowing that she wouldn't be home for 2 more days. It's a pretty long time in the cold to wait.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense at all. And he has a job, so in terms of just like a place to stay, you know?
Yeah.
So we're talking about how it's cold, but I mean, he has a car. He would have just stayed in the car.
Right.
I don't think he got in there willingly. Is kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know where I put this in my notes, but the reason why I wanted to break down the days is because I had a thought. Again, I'm going with what ifs. I'm building on assumptions. That's, to be fair. But if she's a teacher, you can assume that she's working Monday to Friday. I know that February 27th, that Monday, at least from a quick search, is not a holiday in Japan, so she would have had work. What if he knew that she was out of town for the weekend but didn't know the days? And so what if he got in there sometime on the 26th, maybe the late afternoon on the 26th, a Sunday, expecting her to arrive Sunday evening to go back to school on Monday. But instead, she waited an extra day, got back sometime late 27th to then go to school on the 28th, and then at the end of that day is when she found him. What if there's just an extra day because he didn't know when she returned and assumed it would be Monday?
Damn, you got in there early though,
Still relatively early, but again, if she's coming back for school on Monday, you'd have to think that she's not arriving the day she's going back to teaching. So maybe he popped in there, okay, let me kick off these shoes, throw one in the river for some reason, fold my shirt, climb down in there at 3 p.m., boom, she'll be here in a few hours. I peep away. I somehow get out. He's already in the ignition. I'm ready to rumble. You know what I mean?
It still seems like a big stretch.
It is a big stretch. But that's where my mind went. I was like, I was trying
Early
to
morning.
see if there was anything I could build.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've had an early morning one.
And you could have gotten the dates wrong.
But my schedule is back to my old schedule at work. So I have more time again. And I'm trying to
and he says that the last time he saw his
do a more regular schedule, I guess. And I figure the morning is the best time to stream for me at this point, so I have stuff. So I have time in the afternoon to take care of things around the house. So there'll still be some evening streams towards the weekend and Mondays, just because it's more convenient to do the evening on those days.
We kind of, like I said, explored. Let me just give you the
But
rundown, the laundry list.
it's early. I think I'm starting to really wake up now, which is nice.
People considered it nearly impossible for him to fit in the pipe.
I should probably get my dog's food in a minute here.
Widely believed, and then the questions. Why did he take his shirt off in the cold, and why did he take it down with him?
I'm listening to a spooky podcast
separated by such a
while we're drawing.
Distance, one being down in the tank, the other being, quote, a few hundred meters away in a room. Why was his car nearby? If he was trying to be secretive? Why were his keys still left in the ignition? Why did he climb in so early?
I'm basically chilling today.
If he knew that she would come back on the 28th, that's a long time to wait down in there. And where was he and what was he doing between
Can't do horror movies, but I love horror audio and comics. Yeah.
On the 26th. Ultimately, we will never know.
This is Red Web,
was officially closed,
which used to be a part of
and I was going to save this for the conclusion here, but ultimately this case
Rooster Teeth
Japan's statute of limitations, and so it can never be reopened again, even for murder. Because I think all cases of murder before 1995, I don't want to misspeak, but I know 1995 is a particular cutoff for like a new law, statute of limitations, and then it's 35 years.
Get off of my screen! No!
It's a good amount of time.
Actually, Christian, I don't want to misspeak. Is the murder's statute of limitations like indefinitely starting at 1995? But was 35 years.
Big recommendation: Old Gods of Appalachia.
But you're right, Fredo. It's still a.
Be like something in horror audio drama format. I'll probably check that out.
Looks that up. Since since 2004, the case being closed, petitions to reopen this case have gained over 4,000 signatures, which would be more than the village worth of people there.
Yeah, that's a lot of signatures. But I mean, like, even if they petition, does that do anything though?
Not necessarily, especially legally now that it can't be reopened, but it does show the fervor from the community to say, hey, we understand that you have a conclusion here. We think you should reinvestigate this before the
Sorry, I'm banning a bot real quick.
All of us kind of universally agree something else happened here. So it's up to then authorities to, it's not a legally binding petition, but it's up to authorities if they listen to that.
But yeah, I guess like legally they don't have to. And so they just let it be.
Well, I think they'd rather have an answer in a closed case than open it up and have an unanswered
Streamer,
or unsolved
punt
case,
that bot into orbit.
for better or worse, right? Conviction rates
He's
in Japan
gone.
are extraordinarily
He's
high.
been reported to
and that is a pretty well-known statistic.
Big Brother.
But yeah, Christian, let us know if you were able to kind of clarify that statute of limitations answer.
So in taking a quick look, it looks like in 2010, Japan abolished the statute of limitations, although some people are saying it was just revised. Looks like
we're doing another Return to Blackwell fan art this time. This is from the finale, so bit of spoilers. But
and for crimes that would be
it was a
equivalent
really
to
cool
first-degree
moment.
murder in the U.S., where the maximum penalty would be death. The statute of limitations used to be 25 years. Now there is no statute of limitations.
So, okay, you're totally right. I think it was revised retroactively to 1995. So either way, let me just like distill it. It's past all sorts of known statute of limitations, just factually. 1989. Yeah, wild case, wild questions. I think.
How are you doing today? You're gonna watch the state of play today, right?
As far as we could find, at least,
your stream.
Officials never answered or quelled any of those concerns or questions.
I was lurking this past.
This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Quince.
Weeb
Summer's
News.
coming up, everybody, and it might be time for a refresh.
Do you have any thoughts before we dive into the theories, or are you just eager to kind of like?
No, I'm eager to
I didn't see all of it, but some of it.
So far, it just seems like at least the authorities are leaning towards like he just went in there himself. I'm like, how did this, like, how is that possible? You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I
very.
was planning on watching your stream.
Let's talk about that.
For the state of play.
Theory, the Peeping Tom theory is the one that says that the police got it right out of the
Back
gate.
to work today.
Support for this theory
Appreciate the lurkins. I'm gonna try to stream it today. It technically starts when I end work. Hoping I don't have to work long. That's fair.
From entering the pipe. Now, here's what's interesting. Now, Yuki himself was never reported to have shown any sort of perverse behavior or perverted behavior, any sort of voyeurism.
I'm the ultimate lurker.
But
I always
was unfortunately
don't know when is a good time to say anything.
I won't dive into the weeds
in
of this,
chat.
But through the 60s and the 80s, there was like a peeking up the skirt kind of phenomenon happening. But then also in the 80s, apparently there was like a groping and sexual harassment.
But I was doing the same thing yesterday in someone else's chat.
Happening, and so
reminds me I should follow
it could fit the time. But again,
I do not like to be perceived. So I always follow and stuff like that off of live.
To see, again, I kind of did this along the way, but I wanted to see if any of this passed the vibe check because police didn't answer them. Obviously, we can't do it definitively, but I want to explore it. So rapid fire.
I would also never feel bad about saying anything.
He took his shirt off.
Yeah, I try not to, because I know it's probably better that I just chat, you know.
Maybe to hide the
especially when I have something that I do
and didn't want to be
like want to make a little comment on. Sometimes I just wonder, you know, if the vibe is actually correct. I typically try and watch other people the way that they chat to see
I don't know how, but he gets up out of the pipe,
how I should
car, keys are already in the ignition, and he's
when things are a joke and when things aren't a joke, you know.
How this is the biggest
what's the vibe
and
all of that?
Either way, he's down there. So many have said it's possible that he may have been flexible enough to kind of contort himself down into the pipe more readily than your average person. This is an easy assumption to make, and it's a common discussion across many of the internet discussions on this mystery. But like I said, now Yuki's father created
any expectations for the state of play?
Tried to
probably something Bloodborne related.
Yes, it's a biased source. It's a man trying to clear
since
they've
got that movie announcement now.
It's a worthy exercise.
Yeah, I don't know. Even then,
probably not any like footage or anything. Probably just like a proper announcement that it's in development. The movie, but
just get in there like that, and I don't know. I just feel like I don't think he had this hidden talent of being a contortionist. You know what I mean? It's still such a tight space, such an extreme to do something like that. I mean, granted, yes, there was that kind of stuff being rampant in terms of do sexual things, but I'm like
maybe another God of War thing.
Extreme, but who knows?
There was something at the last one, right? Because they had that like special release prequel game or whatever.
in order to do some perverse stuff. I mean, simple as that. But again,
I don't really
recuse them of the crime.
True.
Because I'm not here to clear anybody,
maybe
but
some.
It's
You know, I
worthy of the
bet
analysis of, like, how we got
Gang of
involved in it.
Dragon would have
You know,
had an announcement there.
The biggest thing to me, the biggest smoking gun for this particular theory,
There probably would have been
is the fact
something
that the
if
manhole cover was left off.
that was still
Because if he were hidden in there, I
Oops.
would assume somebody would have replaced
Still
that
good.
manhole cover.
Still going.
If it was him
Rest in
getting
peace,
in there
State of
intentionally,
Gang of
one
Dragon.
could probably surmise that it would be nearly impossible for him to then reseal the whole shebang.
Right. It's a good point.
Because as far as I can tell through various sources, through various translations,
Like something on that action game they teased a while back.
Off, and that, like, the teacher came over, saw
like
it was open,
magically destroyed London.
and that's how she saw his feet. Now this then comes back though to the dates.
I don't think I remember that.
To Yumi's, if he knew she was out of town,
New armor for
specifically. I think that is an assumption.
My pie in the sky.
If you go out of town, I mean, I guess I work with you, but if a good friend of mine goes out of town, I'm not always going to know the whens and wheres of, maybe I know the day, but not the time.
Rest in peace, Gang of Dragon.
Question: why did he get in so early?
Yeah, I was so excited too because I really like that actor.
Wiggle room that maybe he assumed she would be back
and
the day prior. And
I would have liked another slightly more serious Yakuza game. I feel like a Dragon.
There's just small little details.
Kind of.
Like, again, I know, you know, it's
was whimsy.
Leaning so hard that he got in there, but man, that's a big.
You're whimsy at a certain point.
Yeah. Okay.
It would be nice to have another really serious one.
Theory quite a bit, and again, it's hard to move on because there's so many things to think about and kind of wager as to what might be going on. Like, is the car an escape vehicle? What happened? Did he care?
There's another game too.
I don't know.
That I was thinking of. Can't remember what it is now though. I remember thinking like, oh, it'd be cool to see that.
So ultimately,
see stuff on that.
Inconsistencies in this theory have made this theory the least common theory among many. I think that's worth mentioning.
There might be something for Stranger Than Heaven.
There's some mind-blowing stuff in here.
Is that what it was?
Speculated that
Stranger Than Heaven?
Cause of death was a little bit more sinister and stemmed from political tensions. Around this time, the village had an intense election for the position of village head. Some villagers supported the nuclear power plant where Naoyuki worked, believing it was good for the economy and provided jobs.
Game I was thinking of was Tides of Annihilation. That sounds cool as hell.
Some have wondered if Naoyuki may have uncovered some sort of election secret, making him a target for murder. Other sources have reported that Naoyuki was friendly with a candidate named
Big
Tadashiro
Devil May Cry
Watanabe.
energy.
Naoyuki supported Tadashiro until he reportedly learned of corruption happening behind the scenes. It appears that Tadashiro had been.
I wonder if there's going to be any gacha games.
By reports here, and
the state of
was
play.
Reportedly how he got elected as village head.
I feel like there is usually at least one like anime.
Now I hear you're buying votes.
Gacha adjacent style open world game now at like every game announcement show.
It would seem that Tadashiro, despite buying votes, had enough supporters regardless of all of that.
Which the Summer Games Fest is also this week, which I was surprised by.
In fact, people began to turn on Naoyuki for being so outspoken about the popular
candidate. To that. He's essentially probably an update to that one that's released. New ones might get announced Friday. Yeah.
In 2026,
but I mean,
see how this would easily become a
PlayStation's been also kind of
lead to a lot of unrest. So because
aren't they going back to PlayStation exclusive
there's not a lot of
stuff?
Clarity on this next part.
So
because of
if they were gonna have new games, they'd have to announce them themselves now.
That this incident may have led to
right?
Yuki's death. It could be suicide.
I'm awake at 6 a.m. Good morning.
Or it could be
it's 9 a.m. for me.
From one of
Speaking of which,
that part is left a little bit
he's
more
asleep.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say like how
they confirmed that single player games would be PlayStation exclusive.
Drove him.
Single players.
Interesting. And that's a very particular like suicide. I think is a very interesting choice there because it's just would that be the way that someone chooses to go?
Yeah.
You know,
makes me kind of sad.
Political reasons. It was he forced.
Feel like
in that hole, whatnot. But then why would they cover it up?
Well, oh my gosh, what if they wanted it to look a certain way?
You know,
What if they wanted to make sure it looked like the
we're going backwards a
official
bit.
version Peeping Tom? What if it was
Stuff like Tokon will still be on
It's all
PC.
assumption.
Yeah, it's all assumption.
Would have liked at least a year window or something. Yeah.
Is that when it's stuff
Well,
like this, you can go, I can
as well,
but does that mean it's
Alan Wake,
you know,
around the time that they made that announcement, got a PC release through
so that one was interesting. Again, given the heightened political climate of today,
Epic Game Store? No.
You can kind of like
through Amazon, maybe?
Because otherwise it might feel outlandish.
That doesn't sound correct either.
Hold on to some of the nuggets.
But somehow it got a PC release like after they made that announcement. So there might still be some games that are getting that release that have already come out.
It was revealed that the nuclear plant had been in talks to expand. So this expansion, right, building more reactors, more power output, etc. The expansion of the nuclear plant was threatened by a major mechanical incident that happened several weeks prior to Naoyuki's death. On January 6, 1989, wherein a massive recirculation pump impeller shattered one of the reactors. This required the reactor to shut down for quite some time. There's not a whole lot of other information about this, but suffice to say, from what I could find, this created a landslide of PR and financial disaster for the power company, and this is where corporate conspiracy comes in. So they blamed human error, basically pointing to the mechanics team and saying, this one's on you guys for letting this happen. And, well, we'll unpack that here in a second.
Interesting.
Did you guys also talk about that guy who left Madhouse?
Also happened to be the head of maintenance.
Was that on Sunday?
Plant. Unfortunately,
that might have been on Monday.
Then Naoyuki's death came exactly 2 weeks
I heard about that, or I was reading about that, and it was really sad to hear, actually.
Yes, there is.
It was like
clear what specifically Naoyuki might have discovered. Many in
that's
the
kind of
considered this to be a strange pattern and thought the circumstances surrounding both deaths were quite mysterious. Building on this, many suspect that this
bad industry
was
look
simply that, an excuse, and used to cover up.
Mostly fixated on Ribbon Hero. It looks so good.
We've seen this.
I'm so excited for it.
That we've covered, but basically,
the trailer looks awesome.
This thing is old or has a
it was giving big Flip Flappers vibes, and I'm surprised that I haven't seen any of the staff from Flip Flappers on that, actually. But at the same time, it's not the same studio.
I mean, the fact that someone committed, I mean, it just, there seems to be pretty heavy evidence, right? That, like, stuff was going on there.
It's reportedly, I don't want to speak as if this is raw facts. There's a few different titles.
But
the
guy from
but ignoring
Madhouse,
title, I do
let me see if I can
head of
find it for you.
Team, and his name is kind of redacted out of respect for the bereaved. But he was the lead of the mechanics
veteran animator and character designer Kunihiko Hamada has left Madhouse after 35 years.
Because he's taking this blame and it's really hard on him. Or some other people then say
there was no attempt to retain me and it was over just like that.
And air quotes guilty, and so that guilt weighed on his conscience. I can understand how you.
It's kind of crazy. Quality's insane, but the director has only ever directed ending and music videos. Got a long history as a key animator, though. Yeah, and it feels kind of like
the company's fault and not the mechanics.
As a key animator, still like.
And that's why people think that now
maybe there's just a lot of new people coming in that they
in the aftermath of the nuclear plant
feel confident enough to
one or both of them were
replace him. But even then, he didn't get severance. He didn't get severance pay or anything.
And so from there, people presume that Naoyuki's body was hidden or even staged to make it look like he was a peeping Tom in order to make this an open.
I know that Madhouse has become a bit of a ship of Theseus, so that's crazy to hear. Yeah. I mean, Mappa is essentially doing the same thing. I'd say Mappa and Madhouse are probably
they left his car there, set it up.
I always think of them as being very similar, even though they're not really that similar. but they're kind of
That is one
big
of the theories, is
powerhouses,
that there was some sort of
quality-wise for
he
animation.
knew something. Some people have said that he was lured out there, and that's why, you know, or like you said, coerced to go down in there. Some people think he was killed and then staged, especially since he knew this teacher. It's really hard to say, but honestly, I had a natural inclination that I wanted to kind of tie this.
I mean,
into
they did
Creator's
like
theory because they feel like they
some of the
work with him a
major
little bit.
movies of
So it's worth knowing that nuclear plants in Japan do pay subsidies.
some of the
to
most major
local
anime
villages,
movies,
like
honestly.
this plant would have paid to this village, especially if it were expanding. Those subsidies would have increased. So it's not impossible for my mind to connect the
Nappa
dots and
kind of
say,
has a
what
revolving
if it was
door for a
okay,
while, though.
knowing this
Chainsaw
money
Man
would
was a
be
lot of staff
coming,
coming in just for
and
that
if people in
series.
this
Yeah.
election as
I mean,
they
it was the same for
leave
Jujutsu
could
Kaisen,
kind
too.
of help
They had a whole bunch of
coach this expansion
newer
along,
people and
decided to invest
freelancers on that
cohesively.
one, too.
Let me pay
But they had been
people
doing
for
that
me.
kind of
They
thing
will then
for
be
a
on my
while,
side
as
because
it
they have
was
money in
as
the game.
well.
And then I'll make sure that this
Let me
expansion comes to
see
fruition.
if I
In
can
which
remember
case,
when
more
that
subsidies come to
was.
the village. I get more subsidies. Maybe I can pocket more of that money. And then now Yuki is over here going, I put village over everybody. I found out about
The
this.
last
I'm trying
time,
to turn
well,
this
the first time I
candidate,
really heard
and I know
about that
how powerful
happening
it is
was
for my friend.
probably.
And pretty much everybody except for the common person has a motivation to end his life.
Oh man, the political game and setting people up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm scrolling back,
honestly,
and
yeah,
it was
Eileen
a while
mentioned
ago, I
that
think,
in
that I
her
heard
thing,
about them
that,
really,
they're just the
like,
political
bringing on a lot of staff and then
That's tough. That's
freelancers and all of that,
kind of, all of these
and
are hard
then
pills.
not
Yeah.
retaining
You either
most
have
of them.
somebody who betrayed the trust
I
of
look
the
at Hell's
entire village
Paradise,
because they were one type
and
of
that was
person,
half or more
and then they
just
did something
outsourced,
that
yeah.
violated someone's privacy in a way
Which
that
was
shattered
also
their
very
trust.
disappointing, because
Or
what
you
a
have on the other
beautiful
side,
manga
they maintain that
to get,
trust,
and
but
only
they
to just,
realized
like,
that village leadership was working
do a
with
basic adaptation
a sinister
compared to
power
some of the
group
other
that
stuff
had
that they've done.
hidden some sort of like failure and blamed somebody else, and somebody died from that, and he wanted to expose all of this, and instead he became, he was punished for it so that they could go on with power, money, and control, or what have you.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah. Woof.
I guess I've always just
wild.
kind of associated Mappa with freelancers, because aside from some of their really old stuff, pretty much all of their major productions I have associated with them bringing on freelancers and outsourcing a really big portion of the production.
So on people's minds, right?
I would say so. I mean, there's no clear cut answer here, and it's
Because I'm looking back to like
ambiguous.
Yuri on
There's so
Ice,
many little details,
and I heard about it
so hard
then.
to all piece together. I think that's what makes it so intriguing as a mystery in a case.
I'm looking back at
long story short, man,
Shingeki no Bahamut,
That's kind of the MO of this podcast, though,
and I remember hearing about it then.
that are so close to an answer, frustratingly so.
But there's some other ones that are older than that I don't really know about.
I think that this might make sense. Wait a minute, something ain't right. Yeah. And then it just smells fishy from there.
But even then, that's like
it's rough, man.
Shingeki no Bahamut is by
yeah, that's why they're mysteries.
Psy Games producer wise, so that one I kind of am not too surprised on. That was a really good production. It feels like they always have like a really good production.
Yeah, to get that
some original production, and then like an absolutely outstanding
rather than shatter our
series production wise, quality wise, and then like a kind of standard production.
You see now how it feels one way right at the outset. You saw Fukushima toilet death, and you're going,
I'm surprised how many of their stuff, like their original story stuff, is really good.
I mean, I mentioned this before earlier in the episode, but I thought there'd be a
quality wise, but kind of meh story wise, or absolutely incredible all around, and then like completely overshadowed by a really big popular series getting made or something like that.
The political stuff, and it's a spiral to this whole thing.
I don't know. They've got a weird legacy.
Who is
but it's mostly noted by
put him in there, whatnot.
their
Like, did he crawl it
labor.
himself? It's like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Their
What
part
is
in the
going
labor
on?
industry of it all.
Yeah, dude, I can totally get that. You know, like there's times where we find body parts, and it's always about
Duality of
what's
that
the road
company.
to the
On one hand, they do
success.
stuff like Apocalypse
That's
Hotel, and then
when
the other
we lower
hand, let's make an
expectations
AI company.
immediately.
Yeah.
And so it feels
Kinda
like
sad.
so tight and narrow that you go, well, I guess I don't know how it could be anything but that, given there's this trend,
It's
now,
a
this phenomenon
similar
of other
for
things.
the studio
But until you
that
start talking about, okay, this is what the community
the
is
game
saying, you start going,
studio
hold on a second,
that
I get it now. I get it. But yeah, that's
NetEase.
the realm we live in, that frustrating, narrow realm.
Like, I hear about some of the stuff that they're a part of, and I'm
you know
like,
what I mean? The world is round.
you're doing
okay,
that?
everybody? We know that.
You have
But the aliens
you have a
are
hand in that?
and they're coming. They're
And
coming.
then they,
As
because
we
I
come to a
associate them at
close,
this point
I
so
wanna thank a
heavily
few
with
of
Marvel
our task force
Rivals
members, Jordan
that some of
Carter
the things I
as
hear they're a
task
part of,
force
I'm like,
member,
what were you doing over
for
there?
redwebpod.com. We also have James Russell. Thank you for being a buff scientist. Shout out to you. And then, of course, our squonks for the week. We got Zarathustra, Holster, and Jordan Chase, just to
Oh,
name
this
a
episode's
few.
over.
If you want to join the likes of these fine fellows, head over to redwebpod.com. Or, you know, chuck us up the bat signal, the web signal. If you ever want to, you know, get something solved, we've got a form that we've posted about on our Patreon page where you can submit topics. This one was actually submitted to us by an anonymous task force member. Who knows? Maybe they know more about this case than they let on.
Leading on.
Otherwise, like I said before, you can share this podcast with your mom, with your friends, with yourself. I don't know. Listen again. Just crank it back to the beginning, or review us wherever you listen to us. You know, it's another free way to support us. But with that said, Fredo, thank you for exploring another frustrating and interesting
Gotta lower
case.
it. That's what it is.
And with that said, I'll see you right back here next Monday.
I should honestly just use this first.
What's up, Goth Gamer Nation?
Goth Gamer Nation.
Today's video is brought to you by Egg.
Egg. Whoa. Me get breakfast. Enjoy your breakfast.
God, I couldn't imagine doing that.
What, having a girlfriend?
No, making Patricia Arquette mad at me.
Acknowledge my joke.
Acknowledge me.
Ah, shit, that's right.
You taped over this?
Yeah, fuck, it was years ago, but I remember there being something really important, and I didn't have a blank tape at the time.
And this is the tape that didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
You have more than one copy of 2004's Van Helsing.
Oh, next you'll ask me to tear pages out of the Bible.
Do you really think that's comparable?
No, you're right. I mean, maybe if it was like a priceless first edition sort of Bible. Maybe if it was signed by Jesus.
I'm just saying I hope it was worth it.
I'm sure it was.
I love Grimbeard.
I remain skeptical.
Sometimes I swear I just made you up to give me shit.
Didn't you?
No?
Think about it. You just made a robot dog?
Yeah, for ghost hunting.
You think you're talking to a robot dog right now?
Oh my god. What have I been doing? All these years, I thought. Oh, you fell down.
Yeah, a little help.
Oh, I love Grimbeard stuff. It's so good.
Midnight Nowhere,
Erase
also known as Journey Oasis or Black Oasis, is a dystopian psychological horror boner comedy point-and-click adventure game developed by Russian studio Saturn Plus and published by Buka Entertainment in the year 2004 for PC. Saturn Plus was formed in 1998 as a small team with mostly experience in 2D animation that would rapidly grow in number and notoriety within the Russian adventure game space in no small small part due to a series of games that only within the past 10 years started making their way to my shores called Petka, or Red Comrades. This type of silly Soviet cartoon game was their bread and butter, but they eventually began to dabble in 3D animation. From what I can tell, thanks mostly to an extensive interview with director Alexei Nikonov and project manager Nikolai Hudensov, Midnight Nowhere was an unquestionably morbid and adult outlier in their output, especially when placed next to their previous game, 2001's Jazz and Faust, a comparatively colorful and whimsical game about two characters searching for treasure in various ancient cities. Saturn Plus's turnaround
just
with
a
games
perfect attitude.
quick. This one took about 6 or 7 months to complete, according to Nikonov, and was expected to bring them a decent paycheck, as it would be sold overseas outside of electronic shops in grocery store checkout lanes and American big box chains, alongside the likes of mystery case files and room temperature meats. Unfortunately, due to some brief but mature content within, it was booted from this opportunity and many copies were simply shipped back. Though Nikonov is billed as Midnight Nowhere's director, well, Black Oasis's director, I don't think the name Midnight Nowhere even exists in Russia. According to him, he had almost nothing to do with its development. It was based on a script that was mailed to the office by a programmer named Mikhail Saldemyshev, who had been trying to get eyes on this story for a while, having 2 years prior submitted it to a contest held in the Russian gaming magazine Game.exe, though it was rejected.
Game.exe.
He had also already taken the liberty of turning it into a text-based game of his own. The Saturn Plus team were so enamored by the idea of the game that they would meet after work and plan elements of it, and since it was already formatted as an adventure game, it was mostly a matter of supplying visuals to it. Animation designer Andrei Evdokimov made some test animations based on this story, and soon everyone in the office wanted to work on the project, something Nikonov likened to an infection. Saying Saldemyshev simply wrote the story is a bit of an understatement. He planned out every puzzle, every line of dialogue, including the descriptive ones when you examine something. The devs would routinely ask him for revisions, when there were sequences they simply couldn't afford to bring to life, or when something as vital as a whole puzzle needed to be replaced to make the game consistently fun. What was ultimately adapted was a very different story, with most of its explainers and exposition all but completely scrubbed, leaving the game as a curious exercise in horror atmosphere with what feels like tons of dialogue, and yet its plot is constantly evading your direct gaze, like a squiggly shape drifting in your retina. What little coverage there was about the game in the US seemed to severely misunderstand what kind of game Saturn had cooked up. GameSpot in particular noted its release in Russia, but referred to it as a survival horror game, and 2 years later, when it was on its way to the States, took a step forwards and then backwards from the truth, calling it an adventure game, though one where you battle creatures of the dark. Then a few months later, when a demo was released of the game, referred to the player character as an insomniac. Just kind of odd that of the 3 times a noteworthy website would ever mention this game, it got something different incorrect each time. Midnight Nowhere was greeted with average to negative reviews from critics that skewed positive the more niche the source, and the closer the source was to Russia. A review that was amusingly written by Augustin Cordes, the creator of Scratches, one of my favorite adventure games, and recently, finally, Asylum, which was written for Just Adventure in 2003, stands as one of the more generous write-ups the game received, heaping praise onto its creepy atmosphere, intriguing premise, and cool lead character. Concluding with Midnight Nowhere was an immensely satisfying adventure. I was pleasantly surprised with the outcome, which was a very unconventional ending. This one will leave you with your jaw dropped and mentally revising the interwoven parts of the story for a while. Something about the setting, or maybe the despairing soundtrack, especially the main tune, reminded me of a David Cronenberg movie. Conversely, its coverage in the May
Cronenberg.
issue of
I don't know if I
PC
could
Gamer
actually name
was
a
much
Cronenberg
less
movie,
bemoaning the
but I'm
game's
sure I
tedious
know
gameplay, unintuitive UI, juvenile sense of humor, and relentless adult content, rating the game 13%. And writing, it's been a long time since a game has actually managed to insult both my intelligence
It's weird how,
and my
like,
sense of
sometimes I
decency.
can
But
recognize
Midnight
really
Nowhere
big
pulled it
names,
off. It's
but I
quite
don't
simply
remember
a
why
foul-mouthed,
I
steaming
recognize
piece
them.
of adolescent crap. Despite reactions like this in a 2025 interview,
That makes sense, though.
Saldimishev found the very idea that his story received any reviews as a complete success, and thus didn't take the mostly foreign criticisms to heart. In the years following the game's release, he attempted to reach out to Saturn Plus and Buka several times for ideas that included a direct sequel to Midnight
I didn't close
Nowhere
that. I guess I
as an
did.
action
That
game.
sucks.
But this
It's
was
okay.
apparently turned down due to its unavoidable similarity to Rockstar North's Manhunt, as its protagonist would be followed and tracked via a network of CCTV cameras. Curiously, in 2008, Buka would publish a game titled Chornaya Metka, in which the player character participates in a televised game of death as camera drones follow you around, a concept briefly mentioned in Midnight Nowhere. That game was developed by a studio named Orion Games, which was comprised of Saturn Plus expats. Perhaps this led to some sore feelings, and eventually this relationship fizzled out, and Saturn Plus would be liquidated as a legal entity in the year 2016. Saldimishev would find it untenable to continue working in games, and fell back on his career as a programmer, but still found the time to begin remaking Black Oasis as a visual novel on his own, returning elements from his story that Saturn Plus removed, such as mutant crocodiles, and removing the vagueness that pervades the 2003 version, making it available on a platform called VK Play. It was cobbled together seemingly out of stock photos, stolen assets, and AI-generated images, this close to ending his stint in the gaming business on a sympathetic note. Much like a game I made content out of recently, Next Life, Midnight Nowhere was another Big Lots bargain bin acquisition that defined a certain era of my relationship with games. One of several strange tomes that I found marked down into oblivion, into obscurity, driving me to say something I've said less and less since then. What the fuck is this? It looks like a game. It's got a box, it's got the disc, I guess this is legit, but I suppose it could be a really avant-garde parental control software. There's something otherworldly about it as well. Like, I'm not supposed to have it, and its rightful owner is breathing down my neck. So, it was also on the short list of games I wanted to make videos about when I started my channel, and never did, only because in the 21 years in between playing it and now, I was unable to get it running again, which only distanced me from its reality further. I began doubting
games
if I had
like
ever
that.
played it. For all the
I used to have
through trying to play it now.
Pokemon Coliseum,
Pop the disc back in
and it never started working again after a certain point.
Wiki, hitting F5
like it would just spin in the disc player of my Wii
unmarked folders from Russian forum posts.
And my
Finally now, after
GameCube, when I still had the
of
GameCube.
my memory, my desire to revisit it, becoming numbed, becoming blurry, losing sight of the purpose of my mission. It just kind of worked, and I don't really know why. But I want to justify. You know where the rest of that goes. Ripping someone's head off. Luckily, that hasn't come back to bite me in the ass. Since the dawn of time, man,
my old Legend of Dragoon Rip Disc 2.
with the
Man,
elements. We struggle to break
I haven't played a game that has 2
subservient
discs in like
forces that govern all things.
years.
Do we truly create
But I don't know that I even
or
really had that
merely
many
beg for its
that had more than one
absence of
disc.
warmth?
But I
We
remember
take
it
in
and being
water,
like,
sure, but does
this
it
is
not
so
also
inconvenient.
leave of its own accord? You lie in bed at the witching hour, feeling the urge, trying to convince yourself that it's merely a dream, a nightmare, perhaps, but it is neither. It is the piss
Can't I get this note?
cashing in his amber ticket home on a PVC tubeway. And of course, he's brought his boys along with him. A story that is always true no matter when or where it's
That was like the mark of, oh yeah, this JRPG is gonna be long, yeah.
His plan. One such tale brings us to the precise time span of the 1930s at some point. In the shadow of Alberta's Mount, I don't know how to pronounce, a photographer so taken by the national park's beauty drives out onto the frozen surface of Lake Minnewanka. He exits the vehicle and prepares a tripod, affixes a camera to it, and points its lens at the majestic mountain range, just missing the arguably comparable beauty of his 1928 Hudson Essex saloon quietly being swallowed by the lake, turning around just in time to see its grill disappear into a watery
Rip.
maw. Section 14 of the Canadian National Parks General Regulation states that no person shall willfully remove, deface, damage, or destroy any prehistoric or historic artifacts or structures in a park. A team of scuba divers would be reminded of this section when they became the first to set eyes on the Hudson in 85 years. So fused to the lake bed that it is one with it.
You can't even recover your vehicles? Weird.
By not only God's law, but Canadian law, utilizing inhumane methods that haven't made it to the States yet. They make you watch corner gas. The parable of the stranded motorist has done nothing to stem the tide of vehicles entering bodies of water when they ought not to. It's almost like they just do that. Something in their programming, a human touch that desires, just as we do, to walk hand in hand into extinction. Over 1,700 miles away, or 2,700 in the unit of measurement.
That's what it was. His ear was not supposed to be there.
Switch to now, you'll find the state of Texas's Grapevine Lake. While this lake no doubt already has a vehicle or two beneath its surface, there's a visibility issue making them hard to spot without the use of sonar scanning. But such devices are outlawed and deemed dark-sided in these regions. This lake is not populated by loons
My
or
dog's
trout,
so
but
loud.
it is home to forever chemicals and temporarily missing persons. It was in this lake that a man with a very funny name slowly ambled in equally funny car into the lake, under the notion that it was capable of aquatic travel.
He's doing that like really deep one.
Yeah, so he's looking at charges of being a stupid ass.
As the man was led away in cuffs, charged with some maritime violation that more bureaucratically describes believing a vessel made in the image of a child's doodle.
I didn't realize this was a
water. Forces assemble to
Tesla truck section
from the lake, ignorant to the futility of doing so. It's not a lake, it's an oh shit, that's a lot of water. It is a
got a boxer. Snoring is his default. I have a Boston Terrier. He doesn't start snoring until he gets like really, really comfortable.
It's not bound by lines on a map. It's in your pipes. It's in your walls, gurgling like an unfed beast. Similarly, Black Lake serves as the setting for Midnight Nowhere, which is set in the distant future of 2019 in the fictional, I'm assuming, Russian city of Chernuzyrsk, which is rapidly spiraling into chaos under bizarre circumstances. The opening cutscene is a narration of several documents being sent between the Black Lake Police Department to the Black Lake prosecutor. Several homeless people have been found brutally murdered. Initially, this was waved off as an act of gang violence, but days later, more bodies, more
Into the game
disfigured.
proper
Few
now.
days after that, even more bodies in various locations around town. It's around then that the idea of a serial killer enters conversation. Within the following week, 11 more bodies show up. A task force called the FFS is organized. Panic starts to set in. Next month, the body count is approaching 100. People are leaving town. The police and their serial killer task force have come up with absolutely nothing. No leads, no clues, no idea who is just cutting their way through the town's population. Another week passes and the military seals off Chernuzersk and treats the situation like an outbreak, cordoning off the remaining population into quarantine zones, and still, bodies are routinely found. It is against this backdrop that our protagonist opens his eyes in the dimly lit refrigerated basement of a morgue and claws his way out of a sealed body bag, with no memory of how he came to be there, how he still lives, or even what his name is.
I gotta erase
now, I'm gonna
this a
freeze
tiny
my
bit.
description of
It's
the
a little too
premise
dark.
right here because your opinion of this game and its world and the dystopic, nihilistic atmosphere it's trying to cultivate will be irreparably changed the moment this guy opens his mouth. So, before that happens, everything about Midnight Nowhere is framed as deeply psychological
The
and
moment he
adult,
opens his mouth.
even touching on social issues and our personal relationship or feelings about things like
And then we
violence,
don't hear it
crime,
yet.
and war. The tone is
I'm sure it's gonna
evident
be
all over, even
terrible
the game's
voice acting.
packaging, offering you a tagline reading, "What would you do if you woke up gasping for air only to find your mouth filled with the plastic of a body bag?" Another quote inside the flap on the front cover, which is attributed to Anonymous, reads, "The paths in hell lead nowhere, and the rooms they lead to are the color of blood at midnight under a full moon." So the paths lead nowhere, but where that leads to is a dark room. This comedically dark language is what one would expect from other surreal and literary point-and-click adventure games like Sanitarium or Darkseid 2 or I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And to a degree, Midnight Nowhere exists
I was gonna
in
get
a
that. I
world
have no
just
mouth and
like
I must
those games,
scream.
one that almost lives on the border between waking and dreaming, where logic loses focus and you can't help but think this whole experience is a nightmare that you will mercifully wake up from at some point, even if it is to a
It was on
heart-rate
sale at
janitor's
some point
flatline or
recently.
a new circle of hell to explore. Intentional or not, I remember going through this whole game, and even as its final cutscene played, I still couldn't really decide if I had taken part in something that literally happened or if I was simply wandering a psychological fabrication. There is something there creatively that I love. It's a feeling that many similar games have given me, and I think I recognized that when I first saw the box on the bottom of a shelf in the back of an overstocked thrift store. I had never been more confident that I was about to play a game that presents a slightly contrived mystery and then pulls a bizarre twist that I'll probably nod my head at and say, fair enough.
Fair
Weird
enough.
And yet, all of that
I've had
is
those.
undermined by this
Mainly with
fucking
shows,
guy,
though.
this cartoon sleazebag that is incapable of coherently commenting on anything, and instead speaks through an incomprehensible Andrew Dice Clay stand-up routine ran through machine translation and back a few times. Guy can't remember his own name, but he can remember his Type 5 like that.
2 shots and you can do artificial respiration on some babe. Alive. Only alive. Could I take it and use it somewhere a little cozier?
Ew.
It makes it hard doing it with your hands. Not likely to be an issue for me. These sluts don't sniff around too hard.
What?
Great tits. Needed some silicone though.
Our protagonist, who I'll refer to as Larry,
That's crazy.
Stumbles out of his body
Crazy
bag and
dialogue.
begins piecing together where he is. Much of this first third of the game's story plays out over documents and emails that Larry picks up while traversing an empty hospital. Well, empty aside from all the dead people, of course. He's in a morgue that's in complete disarray that was once overseen by a pathologist named M.A. Katzman. Interoffice memos discuss a body named S.S. Belov, a mystery corpse.
I like this more than I thought I was going to.
Intervened to forbid Katzman from performing an autopsy on. He discusses the possibility of going ahead with it anyways, along with the
his
chief
eyebrow.
doctor, Yuri Stepanovich. Not long after that, people around the office started dying. The FSS has lingered around but provided no insight or help. And Katzman makes a futile attempt to contact authorities. Past the wall. After fiddling around with a fuse box, Larry enters a waiting room of sorts. Similarly messy. Someone's even tagged Katzman's a deadbeat on the walls. Though it is cut off, and if you combine it with the next screen over, it appears to say, in Jar Jar lingo, Katzmanza was a deadbeat, so that could just be a translation error, but Misa just making an observation. The floor above is no different. Fluorescent bulbs flicker, strobe lighting various blood trails and signs of struggle. This hallway is decorated by bizarre, satire-laden advertisements for the goods and services of a future that never shook the vices of the mid-aughts, and instead invented workarounds and medications for them. Violent urges can be quelled with VR programs intentionally designed to fulfill the user's darkest urges. Alcoholism can be overcome with a patch, and meals have been condensed into gel capsules. These all use graphics.
I never draw arms from this angle.
Designed by a high schooler on a watch list, and in an almost accusatory way. As if paired with the state of the hospital, one would think it only makes sense that this is the world we get. This Stepanovich character,
I think that's the closest I'm gonna get.
Notes, happens to still be in his office, though dead and slumped over his desk. In front of him, a mundane complaint written by Katzman concerning the very fuse box that served as a roadblock 10 minutes ago. An answering machine message which sounds startlingly like the voice of Larry, simply lowered.
I think boxers are really cool.
Only fueling speculation that we live
I like big dogs, but I don't get to. I've only had a couple.
This voice implies that
over the years
has gone crazy, barricading himself somewhere in the hospital.
Only had a couple. Like,
well,
I've had a lot of dogs over my life.
There are a lot of locked doors,
and a couple of them have been
the
big dogs. And I love big dogs.
Or sabotaged for the sake
I've known people with big dogs too.
But obviously, this conflicts
and I love them.
With the story they've presented, in which this place was suddenly evacuated in the midst of a citywide panic. And I think there are a couple lines from Larry, not so much lampshading this so much as sharing in your confusion, which I think you'd agree doesn't fix this mistake so much as
I've had boxers my whole life.
Weird.
I can only ever have them now.
To lock everything up. Where are the suspects supposed to
love all dogs though.
The exit from this area is missing.
I used to have a German Shepherd.
And over a CCTV recording, we witness a nurse
for about 15 years.
The code to the door.
He was a good boy.
Sometime later, a mysterious man removes part of the electronic lock before noticing the camera and giving it a look that says, "Now, this is just between me and you, blinking red light." Since you've probably been seeing acts of censorship by now, I guess it's as good a time as any to note the game's uncharacteristically cavalier attitude about nudity and sex, which seemed to ruffle the feathers of a few critics of the era, and I'll admit was simply not commonplace in the point-and-click adventure game world, a genre that has historically been pretty tame and lighthearted. Even games like Leisure Suit Larry, which this game references at one point, were just a little raunchy. This game has the odd tendency to incorporate nudity beyond the limits of where you'd typically find it in the wild, such as a cramped arcade room or behind a shed.
It's his shoes,
this
like.
game appears to just pull real photos from somewhere. I can't imagine they held a photo shoot or anything. and then just kind of pasted them.
Oh, that's what it is. He has a sash.
So there is a pretty consistent sleaze to the game that is so abundant that I would on and off wonder if it was saying something with it, showing us modification and commodification of sex run amok as a result of late-stage capitalism, being set 15 years in the future from when the game was made. But as of now, I think that is a naive thought, and that the developers were probably just horny and didn't imagine a future where someone would make content about their game that could potentially be age restricted. If you could cross your fingers for me.
Push the button. It buzzes. Oh, enough already. That's all I need. Someone to catch me here over this.
So on this nurse, we can find a key to her locker and a condom, which Larry can pick up, and that I immediately filled with water because really, what else were we going to do with it? If this factored into a puzzle in any other way, I would be shocked. I would say this is Larry Laffer behavior, but in retrospect, I think he really only used condoms for their intended purpose, which I never really learned because the screen would always cut to black. After throwing the makeshift water balloon at an electrical panel to stop a spinning perilous fan in a maintenance room of some sort, we find the body of Katzman, who's gone out on his own terms.
I don't know how to fabric.
Sandwich of his own making, which Larry
eating a
comments on
sandwich
with the same level of respect and tact that he's shown every other dead body.
Guess the poor guy put the gun in his own mouth and played Russian roulette. Prize sector. The pupils don't react to light. Maybe because his brain is on the wall? He doesn't look anything like that guy who ventilated his own head.
It's one of a handful of, I don't know, I guess, bits that are in such awful taste that they shamefully made me snort laugh because they're not funny. It's kind of an anti-comedy thing, which might actually make this game smart. The name SS Belov comes up once again when Larry accesses a computer terminal full of morgue records, revealing their full name to be Sergei Sergeyevich Belov. They knew nothing about his history, but he was admitted in a coma and later died. This is not intimated to you successfully at all, at least in the English version, but the assumption is, of the bodies in the morgue, Belov is the one that didn't have an autopsy performed on them. In fact, some bureaucratic force prevented that from happening, and since Larry also hasn't had an autopsy performed on him,
need to
then
draw the
one might assume
They're
he is
boots.
Belov.
They're not
Judging by
shoes.
the personal effects, he wonders if he was a journalist
I
of
mean,
some
boots
sort.
are shoes,
In
but
this pile of newspaper clippings,
not what I
we read
meant.
about the military cordon around Black Lake lifting, replaced by a massive concrete fence stretching around its entire perimeter. A Running Man-style game show that runs out of Black Lake called Black Oasis, in which contestants are fitted with body cams and sent into the walled-off town, and should they survive 3
Wow,
full
my dog's
days, they
really
will
snoring.
be rewarded $100,000.
He's like making
So
sounds
far, only
that I've
one
never heard him
person
make
has
before.
managed to do this. Another says that
Kinda
murders
snoring.
have slowed down as they've started the process of screening refugees through
Oh.
quarantine centers to decide
He woke
if
himself
they are
up.
fit for evacuation. The final article
You alright,
asks
bud?
if Black Lake will ever return to normal,
Hey.
and if the killer, the Black Lake
You alright?
executioner, will ever be identified. After hours spent navigating
okay.
this insane network of keys,
He looked at
and
me like I was
grooves,
bothering
we
him.
eventually walk out of the hospital, only to be immediately surrounded by FBI agents in trainers, one of which appears to be a child, which elicits no questions. The things I like about Midnight Nowhere tend to be things that I'm not even entirely sure were conscious decisions, or if it's just that a joke kind of landed with me and thus confused me. I actually love that as this act of the game ends and our inventory is wiped, the FBI agents scrutinize what you collected and comment on it, as your pockets are full of all the illogical things you could be holding on to in an old school adventure game, like a high-powered microscope that we used once to break a glass fire axe case. The idea of picking it up and keeping it was so second nature that I got a good laugh out of someone also acknowledging that I still had it and accusing me of stealing it. I found it very frustrating yet amusing in this subversion of not really expectation, more like a subversion of want kind of way, that you spend the first couple hours playing this game stuck in a stifling hospital that for whatever reason I was really impatient to leave. There's something so relentless about the pace of exploring it and unlocking sections, only to be met with another roadblock. It's like it never picks up momentum. So by the time we get outside, there was a pretty genuine feeling of relief, like I was trapped in a cage, unable to breathe, and finally... Nobody asked for this, but I could have began the video with that sentiment. If I were to try to get the comedy of Midnight Nowhere working, I think I would have turned the dial way down on our lead if we could just get him working. But he's got to be straighter, more deadpan, and have absurd situations to react to, not just, you know, walking around a building full of corpses, pointing at each one and saying, for everyone at home keeping score, that's the 5th dead body I would have if they were still kicking. Don't tell my therapist I said that.
Hey, this is some kind of necro striptease.
No, I'd get him out on a small-scale road trip through Black Lake.
Russian humor is so crazy sometimes.
Lost his car, as well as his memory somehow, and it throws him into
I feel
numerous
like
bits.
there's a lot of
a cult and aliens.
Cluso games essentially that are Russian developed.
If you would like to experience the rest of this
that are so similar like that.
Feel free to skip to this time, where I will summarize my feelings in a roundabout way. A tradition I'm upholding purely.
I am going to go feed my dog real quick. This is a good pausing point. I'm going to leave the drawing on screen, but I'm going to hide the model and mute. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Back.
For the ritual of my video review
Excuse me.
format, as I would honestly be genuinely surprised if you used the spoiler break for its intended purpose. What, were you gonna get around to Midnight Nowhere? Was this in your backlog? Are you waiting for a good sale on Midnight Nowhere? Waiting to pick up the Game of the Year edition? Waiting?
Yes, I am former Soviet Army intelligence officer for several years, and I was the one who suggested that all our MiG configuration aircraft be replaced by giant tubes. My colleagues in the Kremlin were not convinced of this plan, but I say, no, trust me, whatever size of tube you're picturing, double it. I wanted them to be like so big that you cannot even imagine. And even then, it is not as big as what I am having in mind.
Now, the U.S. caught wind of this project pretty fast, because, well, the thing was just so big. I mean, you can see that fucker from orbit.
Unable to explain why he exited a hospital armed to the teeth, leaving every patient and member of staff dead, Belov, maybe, is thrown in the back of a wagon and dumped into a cell with 3 other prisoners. In either a purely economic decision or a whimsical creative one, I have my answer. Perhaps you'll have your own. This small prison cell is one of the longest sequences in the game, to the point of being the second act all its own. Sharing the space with you is Hog and Grynia. When the protagonist is asked for his handle, he guesses it's Sergei, since that's what it appeared to be on paper. After being instructed to pick a cot, only to find that Hog has claimed all of them, Belov displays an ability to fight and a comedic overconfidence that extends beyond his inner monologue. Turns out he kind of just is the guy he's sounded like this whole time. After completely destroying Hog, their de facto leader, Whip, is woken up, initiating the longest conversation in a video game. And don't worry, it's not all an exposition dump, it's just kind of, it's just talking. Not quite catching your name, he decides to call you Gray, and claims that he knows all the crooks in this town and he's never seen you, but due to the state of emergency, even a minor infraction like not having an ID or stealing a high-powered microscope is automatic time. Whip, on the other hand, is looking at a harsher punishment. Deep freeze. The government has turned to science in their desperation to stop the executioner, taking anyone found guilty of a crime that involved a death and freezing them. Belov then asks a question so rudimentary and obvious that I can only assume it was a translation error.
What's an ID? It's a card with your face, name, and some other stuff.
Whip's heard that they don't have a clear long-term goal for freezing criminals, and the only time they've tried to thaw one of them, they came back kind of fucked up. None of these guys have tried leaving Oasis, mostly out of the rumor that nobody actually gets out. Sure, they have that whole quarantine system, but everyone that goes there disappears, regardless, and can't contact you from the other side. They theorize that the government is so scared of the executioner that they'd rather just shoot anything that tries to leave town than attempt to determine who it actually is. Again, not having a real beat on where this game is coming from and what it's trying to say, there are story elements that feel sort of like misdirects or red herrings, but I honestly have no clue if that's actually what they are or if they forgot to follow up on some things or changed their mind at some point. It's possible there was at one point monsters, like that GameSpot article suggested. But now it's like if you set a movie in the Puppet Master universe, but not only did you never show the puppets, the characters never learn about there being supernaturally animated puppets. He's just seeing the aftermath and rightfully not guessing it was the work of puppets. The opening cutscene talks about unrelated murders, but shows the bodies we stumbled on. Because our character doesn't remember who he is in the midst of a panic about a serial killer, and because we woke up in a freezer and then later have someone tell us that the only guy that woke up from a freezing had melted brain, it really feels like they are setting up for the reveal that we are the killer. It would be cliche, it would be predictable, but it also feels like it's the only twist you got right now. In fact, even though I hadn't played this game in 21 years, I remembered it being something like that. I remember only that there was a twist and I was not impressed by it. Not wanting to be transferred to a big boy prison, Belov offers to help the three of them break out of the jail, which is not heavily fortified and looks like it's made out of moldy drywall. But really, the only play they have is getting a cop to walk in and then take them hostage. Morbidly, they all agree that at least one of them will probably die in the process, creating a distraction that will allow the others to get the upper hand. Whip devises an
I'm gonna leave that as that for now. I don't think that's correct, though.
Involves collecting a series of new playing cards hidden in the most unintuitive places I can think of, and answering pop culture.
Maybe he's a little
riddles
too
circled on each
realistic.
of them. After what amounted to
Here.
an hour of proving myself to Whip and going over each of our tactical placements in this complicated maneuver, the cop on the other side of the door decides to skip walking into the cell and opts to just pump gas into the room, knocking everyone out. When Belov comes to, he's in a classic interrogation room, complete with lamp pointed at suspect's face and medieval torture chair. The questioning starts from the assumption that you killed everyone in the hospital, based on your prints being all over an axe, a gun, a scalpel, countless doorknobs, a vibrator. It looks bad for sure, but they still have no idea who this guy is. You're given a number of possible explanations, and all of them are met with incredulity. Even the truth. There's simply nothing you can say that won't be run through a criminal psychology shredder. In an interrogation, if a suspect retains the same blank expression and bears no visible signs of thought or emotions, it's usually a sign that they are being deceptive. Conversely, if they seem relaxed or exhibit neutral posture, this could also be seen as a sign of deception. Furthermore, wearing a black shirt to the interrogation can suggest a black void in the part of the suspect's mind that processes truthful statements. Moreover, crime experts largely agree that if I superimpose a red arrow pointed at a person's face and write "realizes" on the thumbnail, that all my baseless armchair analysis will be given the illusion of legitimacy, obscuring the exploitative dystopian detritus it truly is. Sensing the futility here, you can also just claim to be the Black Lake executioner, which they would almost believe had the executioner not struck again while Belov was in custody. Which is said really dismissively in the midst of a comedy bit, but this really gave me pause because the possibility that we have been the killer this whole time was really all I had to hold on to. That was the only part of this story that I was pretty sure about. If I'm not part of what appears to be the central mystery of Midnight Nowhere, then truly, what is my purpose? The interrogator sends you off to a punishment cell where you will wait before heading off to deep freeze. Almost immediately after entering, however, the lights cut out and several screams and gunshots can be heard. By the time the lights come back on, the guard that walked us to the cell is missing an arm. Through a series of predictably insane steps, somehow, Belov gets a hold of the guard's gun and shoots his way out of the punishment cell. Going back to the holding cell reveals that Hogg and Grynia are dead as well, both in ways that seem absurd for a human to pull off. Sort of mirroring the hospital segment where we pick through a bunch of dead bodies to learn about the inter-office drama and the quirks of these corpses. The same sort of thing plays out with the cops. We read their memos and emails, learn about silly things like one of them taking a meal replacement medication but not understanding that they aren't supposed to take it with food. Returning to the interrogation room, we can pore over the records of our former cellmates, learn about Whip and his history of escaping custody. Grynia attempted to cheat at a poker game and then roughed up a security guard, shouting sexually demeaning insults at them. And Hogg tried to rip off a local business, but inadvertently knocked himself out as the cops arrived. And finally, Belov. They never had time to ID him, but logged that you likely killed 11 people and stole a very nice microscope. Curious to find out just who this Belov person you appear to be is, we go through the process of collecting prints and send them out to be scanned in the police database. They get back to us with an email explaining that they are unable to identify us even with prints and photos because the FSS has blocked inquiries, leading to them guessing we are some kind of big cheese. They do, however, provide a link to a secret internet hub for FSS agents, and with access to their database, the prints bring back a profile for a guy named Special Agent Artem Mikhailovich Gorin. So this might be our real identity if it didn't also say that this guy died a few months ago while carrying out an assignment. I don't know exactly what the limits are of an FFS agent's reach and power, but they kind of operate like a secret police that can do any number of clandestine spy shit from the safety of a computer terminal. After accessing our profile, we can then activate a cell phone that was left with one of the more comfortable prisoners and was exclusively in service via a phone sex subscription service that was actually an FFS surveillance trap, I think. I'm like 70% sure that's what I just fucking read. There is a language barrier, but it's quite clear that Midnight Nowhere is presenting a nakedly corrupt and inept police force that is desperate to solve its image problems by simply strong-arming journalists into
run out real quick.
Press, but their inability to catch a single serial killer has led to a cordoned-off hermit city. It's hard to say what is more insane. The fact that one guy could John Wick half of a city and still evade capture, or that an entire police force, with the aid of a government agency and the military, are incapable of stopping that one guy. A Bible quote I was too preoccupied with thoughts of the music
let him run around.
Hadaway's What Is Love to Remember says that what has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. While playing this game, I was getting these visions. I had seen this before. Maybe. Kind of. Not really. And maybe I'm just describing the obnoxious part of my brain that attempts to relay anything back to another piece of media. I don't really know where this story comes from, but the film that
he's probably just gonna go get some water, go outside or something.
Not to be confused with the Russian film.
He likes to sunbathe a lot. We have a a fenced-in backyard, so he goes back there and plays around.
A particular stim of mine being this sentence.
I just ran out of this shit.
And not to be confused with the Danish 1994 version
that look okay?
By the same director.
How's that look?
Which is technically the same movie. So I guess it's kind of like that one, sure. But 1997's Night Watch, like Midnight Nowhere, is a thriller of sorts with comedic elements and deals with characters that have become disassociated or detached from life's routine and are sort of playing footsie with being a sociopath. It also concerns a series of murders targeting those who wouldn't ensure meaningful investigation by the police. Homeless in the latter
he's barking
and
now.
Sex workers in the former, and both open with a vague police statement ensuring that they aren't dealing with a gang of killers.
First boxer we had when I was growing up would run laps around our above ground pool. There's a little trench where she would run.
Stopping the killer. Throughout the film, Ewan McGregor's character, Martin, a law student that takes a security job at a morgue, is put in increasingly suspicious circumstances.
German Shepherd, he wasn't a zoomer,
at a certain point,
but he was
can't really explain how
attempted lap dog.
Happening. If he's imagining acts of violence or blacking
he would
out
love
while participating
to
in real ones.
Put his head in your lap,
like
and then if you were not paying attention, he would gear up and try to jump up and lay with you. like he was trying to secretly lay in your lap, but he's so big it's impossible.
And I feel like it wouldn't be that big a stretch to
love when big dogs do that. Yeah,
is happening here.
It's always great.
The chain of incompetence has allowed a whole lot of death, and in Midnight Nowhere's case, led to a heavily monitored police state, a police town, if you will, perpetuating a system that does nothing to stop crime beyond killing humans and replacing them with cops. And this is kind of off topic, but in getting clips from this movie, I was forced to reckon with just how gamer-fried my brain has become. I can't help but see non-games gamified. So I see a movie like this and I think it's just like Five Nights at Freddy's or Mortuary Assistant. There's a security guy sitting at a desk in a creepy old building. He has all these rules bordering on rituals that he has to strictly follow just in case one of the dead bodies gets up, but that would never happen. Remember to hold X to not look at the bodies lest your sanity meter drop. Oh no, you forgot the lights, you piece of shit! Eventually, we catch up to Whip,
that helps
suffering
a little bit.
from a gunshot wound and rapidly bleeding out, initiating what has
All
to
right,
be one
that's
of my
page
favorite
one
bits of item-based
for
puzzle
now.
in
I'm gonna
an
do
adventure
probably some
game.
lighting
And the
under it
fact
as
that in
well.
this game of all games is
I want to do
confounding yet
the
unreal.
next
Whip
page.
is unconscious and needs to be roused from sleep in order to talk to us, so we can grab some liquid ammonia
I don't have to
from the
worry
dead guard's
about
medical
it.
kit. He wakes up enough to tell you that the Black Island Executioner, which I
Well,
can
I
only guess
have
is a typo. I mean, I thought we already knew the Black Island
the
Executioner
style
was something.
down.
Whip says the guy mortally wounded him, but more interestingly, he called you the Belov imposter, confusing this guy that thought he might have been Belov. Whip knew the real Belov, and this guy ain't acting like that guy. We ask about the new name, Gorin, which means nothing to Whip. He's unable to answer any more questions about Belov because he's in too much pain and needs some downers. So we go back to the medical kit and get a sedative for him. Afterwards, he's lucid enough to ask for weed, which we can fish off the dead body of a sex worker in another holding cell. Though that's not the terminology Gorin uses.
Judging from the outfit, she's a colleague of the first slut. I can't see any blood, but she's dead too. I got all the luck. Here, chick, 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 chick.
Stop saying shit like that. It's unprofessional.
Another body has a lighter, and we can give both to Whip. Unfortunately, there is still a haziness to his thoughts, and he now requires some high-quality coke to really sharpen his focus. A telephone in the lobby starts ringing, and answering it reveals that the building is surrounded by cops, and the only reason they haven't stormed the place is that they have assumed there is a hostage situation going on inside, and they are awaiting the perpetrator's list of demands. Like every interaction you have with a cop, everything you say is registered as a joke. So saying hostages, everyone's dead already, just results in, oh haha, that's actually really funny, but seriously, do you want like a cool car or...
Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Don't put down the receiver, talk to me.
Which is fair given how rarely this guy says anything of substance or use. Speaking of the use of substances, we find a sort of evidence, well, it's not really like a lockup, it's more like a drug room, and bring back some coke for Whip. With the right combination of drugs inside him, he tells you that Belov dug up a lot about the executioner and was eventually put into deep freeze. But he thinks there may be a secret facility in the building where deep freeze prisoners can be thawed using special cartridges, and he and his buddies on the outside were actually trying to free the real Belov. He gives you a phone number for one of them, a guy named Stupor, before dying. Calling the number on a, what he calls, a motor rotor, but it's clearly a Hokia, triggers a really funny back and forth of overly noir criminal scumbag dialogue written by extraterrestrials.
My name's Gorin. Does that say anything to you?
No.
Me neither.
It seems Whip was working for this guy, and they had planned to find the thawing cartridge for the real Belov, and then take the station hostage before Stupor could bail him out somehow. But they did not anticipate the executioner showing up and just killing everyone instead. Since Stupor wants Belov's cartridge, he agrees to help Gorin escape the building once he's got it. Disguised as a bathroom door, there is indeed a secret entrance to an iceberg office, the group that seems to administer the deep freeze technology. Earlier, we found a dead body with an iceberg lapel pin and some matching stations.
He said iceberg office, and I thought he meant a literal iceberg.
A lot of this game's vagueness and strangeness intriguing is that there is clearly an order and a purpose for it all. I mean, the story is coming from a source greater than it, and you can sense that. You can sense that even though you don't know why a thing is happening, it exists in a world where it probably makes sense, and I guess it's up to you if you are comforted by that. The game is saying trust me, but you have no reason to trust it. With cartridge in hand, we call back Stupor, and he tells us that he has a man on the inside, guarding an underground tunnel that leads out of the prison. Stupor suggests you let him fuck you to earn passage to safety, or just convince him to, I don't know. I defer to your judgment there.
give him some ass or talk him into opening the hatch some other way.
Either way, he's going to be waiting at the end of the tunnel. Sure enough, there is a little old guy in one of the cells who answers after we knock in a specific sequence. The last barrier to completing this game is that the old man wants you to finish his crossword puzzle. And I can't promise you this was their intention, but I felt convinced that they really wanted you to look at this revolutionary styled newspaper called Black Lake Pravda and take this as the last word on the executioner and the police and the sort of conclusion of where we leave this world. And it's that, after 4 years, law enforcement agencies have done nothing to save lives, and if anything, have replaced the citizenry with a population of security services and police forces that just sort of milk money from the state, enriching themselves while fussing over their weight, obsessing about pop stars, micromanaging their coworkers instead of just stopping the one guy that simply keeps getting away with it, almost like they don't want it to stop. Goran, or Belov, or Larry then walks through the tunnel, emerging through a manhole to the light of day. A van idles nearby, but when he tries to enter it, he's kicked in the head, triggering a series of flashbacks. We see our man pleading with Yuri Stepanovich, the chief doctor at the hospital, to sign his death certificate. The executioner has just entered the building and a swarm of feds will soon follow, and he thinks the perfect way to wait out the violence would be in a body bag inside a locked freezer. A doctor looks over him, the sound of metal tools falling. What appears to be Whip pleads for his life, claiming he never ratted out Belov, suffering the same wound we saw him die from. Goran comes to on the floor of the deep freeze facility as a couple of mobsters release Belov, who happens to look exactly like you. He calls Goran a pathetic excuse for a clone that screwed things up in this town, but also thanks him for a mission well done and calls him a man who never was, as Goran takes Belov's place in the deep freeze. I'm not sure if anyone beyond Mikhail Saldilmyshev knows exactly what's happening in this game's final cutscene. I found no clear explanation for what is happening in this ending, or why it's happening, or why they made this the ending, and without examining it all that much further, I can appreciate that it's fittingly bleak and nihilistic. At the very least, I am tasting that. All at once, I relive that nameless emotion I felt 21 years ago, feeling like something is happening. You're saying something to me and it seems like it's something important, but atmospheric noise keeps interrupting you. I catch a word or two of it, but then a motorcycle speeds by, a flock of birds is disturbed from a nearby tree, and I can only grimace in response and say, I'm sorry, one more time? Out of obsessive curiosity, I even resorted to sifting through the comment sections of Russian long plays of the game and praying for any discussion of the ending. Some of these comments seem to be worded pretty authoritatively in the negative, like, this ending sucked because it was just X, and that X was something I didn't get from it. Like, it sucked because they revealed you are playing as the executioner the whole time, but it doesn't make any sense because a bunch of killings happened while you were knocked out or behind bars. Are we the executioner by technicality? Because Belov is the executioner and we are made in his likeness? It may not be a very good ending, but to criticize it for an interpretation you dreamt up seems a little strange. I'm an ardent defender of the show Lost, so I'm pretty accustomed to someone angrily explaining some shit they made up to me. My read of it, which obviously comes with a slight disadvantage,
I've never seen Lost.
Embarrassment of being American, and thus I'm positive.
Watched a lot of videos on it, but I've never seen it.
Surely has to make at least 5% more sense. It just has to. My read of it is that a powerful mobster of sorts named Belov cloned himself and inserted his clone named Goran into the FSS in order to keep tabs on what they knew about him and his organization, to be one step ahead of them at all times, but not long after that he was picked up by the authorities, charged with murder, and promptly frozen. Whip says Belov uncovered a lot about the executioner. Maybe he found out he was a cop, or several cops, or all of the cops, forcing him to go underground and resort to sci-fi schemes in order to fake his own freezing. A month or so later, Goran asks the chief doctor to allow him to be dead on paper, both to evade the executioner, but also perhaps to avoid a connection being made with him and Belov at the FSS. Using the resources of the FSS or FFS, I've forgotten already. Gorin prevents all inquiries into Belov's fate and the attempted autopsy, so all those times we attempted to identify technically both of us, we were stopped by our own meddling pre-brain damage. This is where it gets fuzzy for me. But so something happened during this process. Maybe he was slightly frozen or put under to appear dead. Some kind of procedure is done that results in Gorin losing his memory, which he only partially regains after being whacked in the head. I theorize that the moment he is brought to the prison, he's sort of being manipulated by other mobster characters that maybe know who he is and are just corralling him in the right direction to ultimately unfreeze their boss, whereupon it would simply be too golden an opportunity not to replace him in the chair, because now he can continue doing whatever it was he got up to from the shadows, while the authorities think he's in deep freeze. That's just what the donkey wheel of my thoughts could produce. The most elusive thread in this ending that honestly is causing most of the damage to my comprehension of it is the flashback.
I'm optimistic I'll be able to close work in time. Thankfully, it looks like I took time off when it was actually quiet for once.
Blacked it
Nice.
out, maybe. I feel like most would see that he's capable of killing someone and then forgetting it and wager it wouldn't be that big a leap to assume that Gorin is the executioner. We were all thinking it the whole playthrough, and I'm open to anything that confirms the thing I was already thinking, so sure, why not? Gorin is the executioner. Only how was he killing people when he was confined in a cell? How is it that we meet a guy that says he's literally seen the executioner? And upon telling this to the executioner, standing right in front of him, yeah, he kind of looked like, oh, wait a minute. I know you from somewhere. Were you ever killing a bunch of guys and then made direct eye contact with a guy in cargo shorts? Through some process not told to us, an organized gang of killers is ruled out, even though it sure would make more sense. So from that point forward, I assumed this was not a possibility, but seeing as the Agent 47 type that dismantled that lock is later shown to be working for Belov, a man who has the ability to clone himself, who could, from the looks of it, make a bunch of the same guy to make it nigh impossible to stop what is technically one guy, it makes you question if that absurd body count, to borrow a turn of phrase, is counting or not counting gang violence. But then again, why would I really want to know? I'm the kind of sick fuck that appreciates an unanswered question, a mystery left unsolved. Triggering all kinds of psychological damage, it challenges you, gets the creative gearworks of your mind shuddering to life. Life doesn't always provide you with an answer, so why should fiction have some obligation to give you one? Also, the idea of line-by-line machine translating an AI-generated visual novel prequel to a Russian point-and-click game sounds like the sort of thing that I do not want to do.
By the 1970s, the Constitution of Soviet Republic determined that dictatorship of proletariat had been accomplished, so what need be done now is distill communism into aerosol form, load it into giant tube and launch it at our capitalist enemies. This is what I propose, but of course, nobody listened.
There is an effectively creepy and oppressive atmosphere that sometimes winds its way into Midnight Nowhere, like a crime scene that you just can't leave, a Chernobyl-like disaster that's moving from building to building. There is also an occasional lucidity, a moment or two, where the protagonist simply says a straightforward thought, and the logic of it all feels recognizable, which makes the abundance of rancid one-liners, confounding Slav jank bits that seem pulled from another game entirely, feel all the more paradoxical, as though you cast Larry Laffer in The Machinist. At one point, whoever you are references something being mauled by a blue crocodile.
How many of our boys have fallen in this battle? Some were chewed up by blue crocodiles. Some were mauled by flying dogs.
So I Google Blue Crocodile Russia and learned that there is a Soviet-era stop-motion character named Jenna the Crocodile. Is that what he's talking about? I clicked on a door. There are no other shreds of context to work with. Every line like this is matched with one I kind of get.
It's as easy as pissing on two fingers.
I can't stress enough how relentlessly off-putting this guy is. And there are several things he says that are repulsive, but I also don't know why he's saying them. I have no read of who this guy is because he's always on. It's hard not to think of him as a comedian in the grips of some kind of manic episode where he's stuck in his stage persona. Just say something normal. Fuck.
I'm risking landing in the shit feet first. But if you're gonna drink shit,
I've been listening on and off to this video, and every time I do, it gets more buck wild.
Yet it pains
Yeah.
me to admit that
That's most of the
there is
games that he
something
talks about.
fascinating about Midnight Nowhere. Not Black Oasis, but Midnight Nowhere. It's something I haven't really experienced in another game. To borrow a Red Letter Media ism,
Well, this one's
it
kind of
was new
wild.
to the palate, and sometimes that can elevate something well past where it would ordinarily rank. It's already doing something novel by being a dark comedy point-and-click adventure game, but it's also fighting through localization and cultural differences to bullseye that weird, singular, edgy voice, and the result is transformative. I think something else limped out of the transporter on the way to English-speaking regions. I don't think it would surprise you to say that there is a big communication problem in Midnight Nowhere. Not only because of localization, but because nearly every line of dialogue is at least said in the cadence of a joke. So even when I can't make heads or tails of the joke, I know that at the very least you're not taking the situation seriously, and whatever you had to say is simply not helpful, not pushing me in the right direction.
There's some dude in the bag.
But the main character is our main source of information and feedback. It's not like there's text that appears when you mouse over interactables or items or really anything from the UI. Everything we know about the game is coming from a guy that I'm pretty sure I've seen writing a message in Sharpie to his gang stalker on the dumpster outside of my apartment window. He'll comment on numerous things in the environment that are irrelevant design choices, which ordinarily I would welcome, but that irreverence is also used on things that are important. There is an old school sensibility with the game's take on pointing and clicking in that there are a selection of cursors to activate that perform different things like look, take, talk, and use. And as is often the case with games that use these cursors, discerning which cursor to use in any given moment can often lead to frustration, and eventually just trying all of them on anything that can be clicked on.
Excuse me.
The
Pardon
common
me.
bits that I can recognize are the ones that are intentionally goofing around the genre conventions.
I didn't realize I was
Several
drawing his hair on the
occasions
same
you'll find, like,
layer
an article of
as the head
clothing or a
part.
bag, and you can
I thought it
continue
was
to
this
click
next
on the
layer up.
object as Larry pulls out unhelpful item after unhelpful item and makes a little quip about them for what seems like too long, and then on the second to last click he'll find an item that we can actually pick up. Well, maybe that's why I don't care for him. He's a prop comic. He's a stool fucker. This sort of thing I can appreciate, and even with the bizarre dialogue, it's a pretty
John Marco
universal
reference.
joke. Oddly enough, what wound up pissing me off the most about the game is that, you know, like a lot of adventure games, when the game has to tell you you're off base trying something, think of something else, the developers have this impulse to put down the player for even attempting what I'll admit is a strange combination of items sometimes, sure.
I don't need this cellophane shit even for free.
But have adventure games been known to have strict real-world logic, completely grounded puzzles? I don't know about that.
First of all, it's a worthless piece of shit. And secondly, I've been scared of needles since I was a kid.
Like, what is this? Not only does he insult the thing I tried to pick up, but he's weaponizing some irrelevant childhood trauma to make me feel bad about it. It's not that deep. I just thought maybe you could, you know, throw it like a dart through some bars to hit a button or something dumb. Look, I'm sorry. I should have asked. I will take this as a learning experience. So sometimes Larry would say shitty things like that when you're just trying something out. But sometimes he'd be weirdly well-spoken and not trying to be funny while doing it, as though the only time he acts fucking normal is when I'm fucking up.
Don't put her in here. Don't put her in here. Why bandage this? Why bandage this? Why bandit?
Yeah, why anything? I think Midnight Nowhere presents a paradoxical
Can't think too
dynamic
hard
with
about
its
the puzzles, or else
understanding how to use
most of the first few Resident Evil games fall apart. Because who lets an architect who secretly wanted to be an escape room designer and build a police station? Yeah.
Another fuck-shitting locked door, as you do in these types of games. But I feel like that would be received better if the foundation of its whole
who has his own manor with a bunch of secret rooms and elaborate key design
with an adventure game.
styled rooms.
I don't think we're gonna have to use the axe.
Crazy.
Sure, it's silly how often these games are centered around finding keys for doors, but then you made a conscious decision not only to include 2 locked door funhouses, but contradicted the game's plot in order to make that happen. Yeah, a hospital was evacuated as a serial killer cut a bloody path through everyone inside, but each victim collectively agreed to lock, barricade, or bar every door behind them. What I can appreciate about
Friend has been playing Revelations, and I didn't know that they're just like, what if he also built a cruise ship? Yeah, that's a very
spirit to it,
apt way to explain Revelations setting.
Cell that you have to methodically tear apart, dismantling the plumbing, looking for nudie cards with riddles about movies scribbled on them, type of thing. The longest continuous puzzle sequence in the game does nothing to advance the story beyond proving to some guy that you're worth bringing along in a jailbreak attempt, which immediately fails at step 1, which is pretty funny. Step 1, get the guard to open the door. Fail! It was clearly made by a small group that had fallen into a comfortable rhythm, making a certain type of game, attempting to further distill one creator's singular vision into something fun, even if it was slightly out of their wheelhouse. Even though the game takes some annoying or boring stabs at puzzles, I love how seated they are in plot. There is an abundance of reason and explanation for things having to play out the way they do, and they don't really ever meet up with the main plot all that much, but there's still a lot of thought put into why it makes sense that this is the solution. There is this sequence where you're led to another cell, and then the guard that locks you in is immediately killed, and you have to come up with some means of busting out. And so you start looking around at what you can work with, what you can fish off the guard, coming up with an odd assortment of things that don't really go together to make anything. Least of all, whatever the fuck he meant by this.
So, what's gonna come of this? Harpoon for a prison shit catcher?
But also, there is this manifesto scrawled on the wall of your cell from a terrorist that was previously waiting in here before being sent off to cryosleep. He explains that he's got a grudge against the cops of this town for arresting and killing all his buddies, so he's invented a volatile explosive substance called Lucifer's blood, which he has smuggled inside his stomach, and he had a plan to blow the whole building up, which he's helpfully depicted in doodle form. However, when he was put into this cell, he realized he had no means of detonating the substance after he had retrieved it, so he left this explanation and hid the stuff in the air vent above. All this work, all this housing built so you could shoot the lock, but by the time you do this relatively uneventful task to little fanfare, I feel like I'm coming out the other end of a journey all its own. As is often the case with adventure games of this era, I adore the look of it. There's something about the way these pre-rendered environments use these clean, smooth, and primitive in a sense assets to try and assemble a scene that looks cluttered, ransacked, or lived in. It's just one of my favorite things to look at next to the 9th episode of Season 3 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. There are frames of Midnight Nowhere that I think are masterful works of art, and many of them are just transitory liminal spaces. I keep thinking about this reception desk that you walk around to enter an office, and there's nothing to pick up or interact with or examine, really. But I was so charmed by the level of detail and the atmospheric lighting, the half-open blinds in disarray, letting stripes of moonlight through. Even just the placement and condition of items suggests a scuffle that you can easily track and recreate in your head. And look, you could say it's nostalgia.
It's an unexpected reference for sure. He has another video about the Buffy video game.
Actually, I won't say that.
He references Buffy a decent amount, actually.
quickly. I don't know if it's just because places like this.
I wonder if he's going to do a rat roundup on this one.
It's a particular kink of mine, but two places I
usually counts the rats that you can encounter in a game too.
And morgues. And we get plenty of both in this game. The sight of knocked over generic cola cans, emptied and discarded cheese-based snack packaging. Oh, it's like music to my eyes. And the presence of a copyrighted IP, in this case Mr. Potato Head, is just a cherry on top. An ingredient distinct to the Slavic adventure game. A lovable and respectable disregard for copyright. Of course, not every area in the game is as considerately designed, and there are some copy and pasted elements for sure. Something I found interesting yet slightly discordant with the look of the rest of the game was the abundance of posters and photos and magazines featuring a sort of mixed media digital art, where I can only guess they've taken stock photos or public domain stuff and manipulated them in some kind of editing software to look goofy and cartoonish, giving people big noses and elf ears and so forth, and given the devs' interest in gross out imagery and porn, the result can often look not dissimilar to the ads that would show up in 90s era gaming magazines, just cranked a notch or two further. Looking at them unlocked this deep dark buried memory from the year 1998. I was at a friend's house and he had this sick setup where his parents had put a PC in this desk that like fit in the recesses of a closet in his room. I feel like you're picturing something like they just shoved a thing in a half-open closet, but it's like it was built in there. I can still see it perfectly in my mind and recall the envy. It was on that PC that I would first experience what would become one of my favorite games, Sanitarium, or a demo of it rather. But he also had this kids software that probably came bundled with the PC called Kai's Power Goo.
Goo is fun. Goo's easy.
Upsetting name aside, it was like a simple image warping CD-ROM that looks like the exact sort of thing that birthed this fucked up shit. The music in this game vacillates between genuinely creepy and dreary or lonely sounding, with a few zany exceptions. For the most part, there's a lot of droning synthesizers and eerie piano.
I can draw Hawkins, but I don't think he really fit for this. I ended up making it.
This room with a comically hazardous ventilation fan along a catwalk has a track that's dominated by what sounds like a bandsaw and guttural whispering, and that speaks intimately to my interests. Overall, the horror of the game is represented well in the music, but it does have to share time with some more lighthearted adventure game tunes like the acoustic guitar-driven track that plays in the prison cell, which is catchy and a bit of a earworm, but it's also like a minute long and looks very ungraceful.
That's not too bad.
Should you choose to boot up the game yourself, you may find that by default, the music is said to be what I can only describe as so fucking loud that it drowns out the character's speech and my own thoughts. The composers are listed as the very not Russian sounding Tom Diskin and Dennis Fett. Though it looks like as recent as 2024, the soundtrack produced for this game was, unless this is fake, officially released under the name Electra 1006, who has apparently been making music since around the time Midnight Nowhere was released, so shout out if that is real, but for whatever reason, just the fact that someone remembered this game within the last 5 years has me intrigued but skeptical. Midnight Nowhere presents the strangest relationship between voice actor and script that I've ever come across, because the voice acting is actually solid for what the game is, but they are performing a very flawed script with garbled sentences that frequently lose their meaning. I just realized because of the way I sit in this chair, I inadvertently recorded my own restless leg syndrome. Alongside this, the subtitles are struggling even harder to make sense of things.
Oh my god.
I picked up a key off a dead nurse.
I noticed that kind of stuff too.
I bet half the hospital.
Like sometimes when I'm drawing and I'm watching the stream back, I will notice that my like stylus is doing like this. And it's just because I was like sitting weird when I was drawing.
Suffering the same sort of bungled localization, but I don't think that's the case.
And I was bouncing my leg.
Next life that I couldn't untangle in my head. While the dialogue could be awkward, it was also coming from a thick accent that added a weird believability to it, as though these characters were truly just ESL and doing their best. In Midnight Nowhere, this guy is so well spoken. He sounds like he should be narrating a Jackbox minigame. He sounds like Cookie Journeyman. I don't know if that joke works, but I gave you all the clues, Mr. Police. Which makes it even stranger. I also have no idea who provides
number of things I find myself doing in clips.
Anywhere in the credits.
Yeah.
Not at the end of the game, nor in the manual. But they sure got a lot of use out of him. Various other characters are not so subtly just that guy putting on a voice.
I was watching someone yesterday. They were talking about how they didn't realize that they like made moaning sounds when they stretched. Like they legitimately didn't process the fact that they were making sounds as they were stretching.
Maybe Whip is a
it was very funny.
Copy of another Whip. With so little to go on, it's all valid. And you introduce the concept of brain damage, and it actually better explains most things in this game. I've been holding on to my feelings about and memories of A Midnight Nowhere for so long that I feel like I'll be lost at the end of this video. To vent these thoughts now as what may as well be an entirely different human being. It's like some vestigial organ is being purged from my system, and there's a melancholy to that. That's part of me, isn't it? That's like my little baby. That's my son. I feel like its plot is a mess that doesn't entirely come together ever. Like you can feel that large sections of it were hacked out, leaving only its setting and atmosphere, which are admittedly pretty interesting, and fighting for their life to maintain your attention. It's got enough going on to get your brain's creativity center working overtime. If anything, to just work out a better story using these puzzle pieces. I think there is a lot to praise this game for, a few things to criticize, and some things to gawk at. For a comedy game, I think the amount of times I muttered, "What the fuck?" outnumbered the times I laughed at something that was meant to be laughed at. I often look back on the sheer stink of gaming culture in the mid-aughts, and truthfully it's hard not to do so with fondness because it was just as dumb as today's gaming culture, only without, delusions of grandeur. It didn't have a plan, but if you conjure in your mind all the worst impulses of a game made by a bunch of Russian boys in the year 2005. The racism, the sexism, the ableism, some other isms I can't recall right now. They are all here. It's all real. And it's awful for that. But it's also so dumb in the way it chooses to present these things that I'm almost convinced it was trying to say something with them. I try to see the best in people. It's one of my flaws. Strangely, the things I found the most effectively funny were tied to gameplay and put in as a reaction to adventure game tropes. There is something sort of novel about pointing out a common flaw or divisive choice without being obvious and nudging you the whole time about it. When it does this from the safety of a glass house, committing just about every sin of unintuitive adventure game design.
I'm not going to go anywhere,
down to pixel hunting, which again is like, I guess that's funny.
And then I'll do
visually, there
a
is
little
so
bit of
much
lighting
about these
that I
types of
want to
games
do.
on display. Endlessly charming environments, and I think I like them so much that
I'm gonna
it's
eat
a
some
shame
chips
there isn't a
and drink
better
some
story
water.
or more likable characters populating
Thank
them.
you, thank
All
you.
that said,
I'm
I'm
happy
glad
with
I
it.
live in the same world as Midnight Nowhere. The experience of happening upon this
It's better than I expected it to be, because these are all kind of new angle choices for me, except for on the second page, I guess.
Who had ever even heard of it
But
must be comparable to the
the first one especially, that comes with I don't draw guides very often either, so drawing all over here
back to an old magic
kind of had me
strange media
worried a little.
and had no network
Not worried.
database to explain its content.
Well, a little worried.
To know how it
Hey,
got
breakfast,
there and why nobody
good.
was talking about it. It contributed to this realm of games that seemed
I'm gonna
like
munch
an
on some
industry
chips.
back alley. The type of game that was strung up with others in the lining of an off-putting man's trench coat. Even now,
I did eat it
stare at
Pop-Tart
its box
earlier
and wonder both
for
affectionately
my breakfast.
and derisively, why did they bother? Why bother exporting this cryptid of a game? But ultimately, I'm honored to have glimpsed it lurking in the bushes. That is the end of the video. Thank you for watching the video in its entirety. If you enjoyed it, consider engaging with it in some way.
Roundup.
If you really enjoyed it, consider joining my Patreon, where for as little as $1 American, you can gain access to several hours of additional content, with several more in the works once I GTFO. That will likely be the next piece of content I release, just for the special little critters. And then after that, I am legally obligated to make a video about Parasite Eve 2, which was the winner of the Discord poll. Other things in the works, but hey, you'll figure it out once they get here. Hey, forget about it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, thanks again. And an extra special thanks to Ailing Uncle, 2 Password for Kids, a large biotic gerbil. Again, Dean says, Mercy Dotes and Dozy Dotes and Little Amzy Divey. Alexander Smith, Andre Perkins.
Those credits are really long, so I am going to change the next video. That was a good video, though. Shorter than some of his other ones, but about more average length, I think, compared to the usual
finished My Hero Academia.
videos that are on
So
YouTube.
long, I know, but I've been putting it off because I knew once I finished it, I'd get no more Hawks content and I'd miss him. And I was right. I do miss him. So I spent some months searching for his replacement so I could get over him, and simply put, no one came close. No one can replace him. I still really like him.
It was fascinating. Great to
If you
accompany my
described his
mind-numbing
appearance
task.
to me
Yeah.
before I watched this show, I would have shown no interest. Actually, I probably would have been like, oh, slick back hair, stubble, yuck. Because if we're talking about my type, it was bishies, pretty boys with bangs, the typical shoujo love interests. Honestly, I miss this era. The great thing about having generic taste is the endless
That's such
amounts
a
of
vibe.
content that caters to a generic audience, never starving for new romance games to play. Now I'm a picky bitch who can't find anything to fill this gruff Birdman-shaped void in my heart. I was convinced that it was just the wings, and I thought I'd be over it once they got yoinked. But joke's on me, I still like him. He has such a round baby face that he grows facial hair to make himself look older. That's so freaking cute! Perfect height, too. Superior height, because he's my height. Prime striking distance for Nita Ball's contact. Why do Otome game men all gotta be so tall? Hurts my old lady neck to look up at them. Fox wouldn't do
so
that
real.
to me. Or rather, he can't anymore, because he can't fly. Look at the way he's standing here. He looks so stupid. I just want to wham. Oh, he's such peak character design. It's so crazy how well he conveys his concept even without his wings. Like, his eyes, those sharp markings, like how do you even come up with this? He just looks like a bird of prey. It's so cool.
I like her
It's
art.
just such a small thing. I'm obsessed with it. Where can I learn to design characters like this? I love him. He looks like one of those.
I'll have to watch the rest later. That's very cute, though. I was gonna watch the Russell one, but I don't know if I want to do that right now. Instead, jump to. I think Jacob Geller actually has a new video that I haven't watched yet. Yeah, I started watching it, but I didn't get through it, so we'll do that one. It's only about 30 minutes.
There's an opening cutscene I've never been able
I'm
to
not gonna
get out of
enlarge
my
it
head.
just so
This fixation
I'm not making
started
that the
before
focus.
I had ever played the game. I was too young when it came out. The game had startlingly violent scenes for the time. I didn't have any experience with the genre. I didn't even own the console. But sometime in the mid-aughts, while aimlessly wandering through the early uploads of YouTube gaming videos, I saw the opening cutscene for Parasite Eve, and I've never been able to forget it.
Whoa, Parasite Eve mentioned again.
There are two things that are immediately striking about the scene. One is the particular moment in FMV technology. Parasite Eve was made by Square and released in 1998, only a year after their megaton hit Final Fantasy VII.
Wow.
Like Final Fantasy VII, Parasite Eve starts out with this elaborate pre-rendered fly-through of a city. In Final Fantasy, this opening scene was a crucial piece of narrative and technological place setting. As the camera flew through Midgar, we learned that this game will take place in a setting unlike any other Final Fantasy. And we simultaneously learned that the perspective has radically shifted. It now offers a full 3D world to explore and lose oneself in. In many ways, Parasite Eve's intro is performing the same stunt, introducing us to the world of the RPG, the immersive 3D landscape now possible on the
That guy almost got ran over by that car.
But where Final Fantasy VII opened by introducing us to Aerith, a soon-to-be iconic symbol of gaming, Parasite Eve starts with a different kind of icon. The second striking thing about this scene is the location, that this elaborate CGI production is not situated in a spaceship or a castle, but set in the present day, the very moment the game was released into. Christmas, 1997. The United States, New York City. There's a particular buzz that happens in my brain when I see this. It feels like the beautiful limited fidelity of late 90s CGI at the time, the absolute cutting edge of technology, has now transformed into the perfect vessel for historical nostalgia. That this is what memory looks like. The lights a little too dramatic, the shadows too extreme. The city sounds bustling, but feels almost empty. The wintry sky fades into a gray haze. A weeping Statue of Liberty is perfectly framed alongside the Twin Towers. I watched this opening scene again and again, entranced by the tech, the music, the uncanniness of it all. But it wasn't until this year that I made the jump into the past, that I sat down and actually played the damn thing. And I am delighted to report that the feeling, the buzz of its depiction of New York persists well into the game. Parasite Eve is, in fact, a work of adaptation. The story comes from a novel of the same name, published just 3 years earlier by Hideaki Senna. In the book, as in the game, a threat to humanity arises within our own biology. Mitochondria, those dastardly powerhouses of the cells, independently of their hosts. It is pop sci-fi, a real level of scientific knowledge, the writer has a PhD in pharmacology, exaggerated to absurd levels. In the book, the mitochondria's rebellion can cause humans to spontaneously combust. In the game, this is expanded to all sorts of genetic mutations, demonstrated in genuinely excellent body horror sequences. But the book is fairly nondescript in its location, taking place in universities and hospitals somewhere in Japan. The New York setting, the interplay of the game's story with some of the city's most famous landmarks, that's all original to the game. There's a lot of the city to love here. The first sequence of the game takes place in Carnegie Hall. You interrogate a scientist in the Museum of Natural History. You crash in an apartment in Soho. Each of these locales are realized with the warm fuzziness of fixed camera pre-rendered backgrounds, which means that while the locations may be a little blurry on modern screens, they're also rich with detail, graffiti and clutter and museum welcome desks and signs in Chinatown. They're all connected, too, with one of the best map screens I've ever seen in a game, an entire recreation of Manhattan rendered in full 3D, flattened into a single plane, except for the blocky skyscrapers climbing out of it. Selecting different locations to travel to will swing the map around, letting you catch glimpses of the Brooklyn Bridge, the Statue of Liberty, or the other boroughs. The Twin Towers are here too, though in this version of Manhattan, the Chrysler Building, an optional super dungeon within the game, stands as tall as everything else. Almost as entrancing as the map screen are the traveling interstitials, where Aya and her team discuss their next move while driving from place to place. The city whips by in endless brownstone canyons, reflections sparkling off the cruiser's windshield. But my favorite place in Parasite Eve is its version of Central Park. You arrive there at night. The park is empty completely. We're told that a huge crowd has gathered at the Delacorte Theater towards the top of Central
back
Park.
from NYC
We
myself.
also learn that a
Ooh.
number of animals have escaped from
What'd you
the
think
zoo on the other end
of
of the
the
park,
trip?
either of which could explain the emptiness.
I went there
but the
a few years
feeling
ago.
of this space is not
It was a little too
abandoned.
stressful for me.
It is a term that would come into popularity decades after the game's release,
Still
intensely
cool, though.
liminal. The crunching of the snow, the small circles of illumination from each street lamp, the lack of a clear direction to head towards. Each of these screens is one that you simply pass through, accompanied, of course, by Yoko Shimomura's incredible score.
I go once or twice a year. My closest friend lives there. It's a great city. I could not live there full time. Yeah.
The question
I would
all
love
Parasite Eve's bombast wraps
both
itself
it
around
and
is that
LA.
of domination.
I think
Are
have
humans meant to be the supreme
things that
form
I
of
really
life on
like
Earth?
and
Were we
enjoy
meant to exercise complete control
and
over
are
our
more
environment, or are
accessible
we meant just as a
in those
stepping
locations,
stone for
but
something
I
else?
could not
In this case,
stand
mitochondria.
living there, I think.
To this end, it's hard to think of a more effective setting for the story than Manhattan, an island completely transformed by its occupation of humanity. At its most evocative, what Parasite Eve finds is how cold that constructed world would be without its animating figures. Because of its technical limitations, because of the specific point in time it was made, it paints a perfect portrait of what would remain without us. This feeling is so specific to its point in time that it's kind of a miracle we got it at all. An early 3D game set in a realistic version of Y2K New York, specifically based in the cold loneliness of winter. A few years earlier, this version of the city would have been impossible to render. A few years later, the city itself would be a fundamentally different place. And as a matter of fact, we didn't get a game like that. We got two. Max Payne, released on July 25th, 2001 by Remedy Entertainment, was, at the time, a technical marvel. PC gamers said the texture work had to be seen to be believed. Greg Kasavin, yes, the one from Supergiant, wrote for GameSpot that no game to date has featured such sharp, starkly realistic detail in its environments. Today, the visuals of Max Payne 1 are most frequently remembered for the grimacing face of its protagonist, but if you boot up that original game again and take one step onto the New York City streets, oh wow, there's still some magic here. Max Payne, unlike Parasite Eve, does not take place on Christmas. But you get the sense that even if it did, there would be no wreaths or string lights hung up in the neighborhoods Max is blasting through. And also, unlike Parasite Eve, Max Payne has no attachment to the real geography of New York. The version of the city that Max exists in is a snowy, dystopic version of the Bronx, eerily quiet and uncluttered streets rendered almost grayscale in the winter gloom. Narratively, it's a rendition of New York pulled from hard-boiled noir novels, exclusively populated by gangsters and addicts, backstabbing cops and femme fatales. But its emptiness implies something else, a sort of conjured nightmare version of the city, made for the specific purpose of tormenting Max. Throughout the story, Max is forced to relive the night his family was killed in trippy PTSD flashback levels, explicit nightmares for the player and character to overcome. But the entire city has a dreamy nightmare logic to it. The snow, the slow motion, the photos of real faces wrapped onto polygonal bodies. There's a scene I love early on in which a mobster car crashes into a tanker truck and the truck keels over. Watch this scene again. These are the only two vehicles on the road. Their collision feels staged, theatrical, everything happening solely for the benefit or inconvenience of the protagonist. Later, Max fights through a snowy shipyard, metal containers stacked so high on either side of him that they almost exactly resemble the blocky streets of the Bronx he was in hours earlier. The same sets with a new coat of paint. Impressively for the time, the game has a number of seamless transitions between building interiors and the city streets. Max will shoot out a window in a building and find himself on a fire escape or tiptoe across theater rooftops. One of these settings, Max standing next to a giant glowing hotel sign, is so iconic it's more or less replicated in Max Payne 3. But what I'm always struck by most here is the sky. In 2026, my version of Max Payne plays at a resolution astronomically higher than it was designed for, and the sky is a static patchwork, an uneasy jumble of grays and reds and blues, never meant to be viewed in this fidelity. It's claustrophobic, almost, the ceiling of the world visible with all its imperfections. Or, as Max might say,
I was in a computer game. Funny as hell, it was the most horrible thing I could think of.
Max Payne was released on PC in July of 2001. The console port came 5 months later, in December. Between those two dates, New York changed. The original Max Payne features the Twin Towers frequently, in its opening cutscene, in its skybox, and its beautifully illustrated loading and comic screens. But like Zoolander, Men in Black 2, and Lilo and Stitch, the skyline was hurriedly altered in the weeks after 9/11. On the Xbox and PS2, Max still blasts his way through the Bronx, still has nightmares of his life before, still ends the game on top of a skyscraper facing off against an army of cops. But the city in the background is different. There have been many other games set in New York since Max Payne and Parasite Eve, of course. Culturally, Insomniac's Spider-Man games may have created the best-known version of the digital Big Apple, a city of spires and glass and perpetual golden hours. The quite good standalone expansion, Miles Morales, is even set in winter, each windowsill of the city dusted with snow. But for pedestrian, street-level detail, it's hard to think of any game more devoted to the task of icy recreation than Ubisoft's 2016 title, The Division. The Division was an early example of the always-online RPG shooter, and to that end, its narrative is mostly designed to allow the player to have endless gun battles through the streets of Manhattan. After a bioweapon causes the city to fall into chaos, the government activates a collection of sleeper cell agents named the Division, who are definitely the good guys and can be trusted with total power over life and death. It is not a deep or interesting story. I first noticed The Division at the same time I imagine a lot of people did, during its 2013 E3 demo when a guy on screen shuts the door of a car, low-key the coolest thing any of us had ever seen. When the game first released, it was caught in the 2010s Ubisoft spin cycle. Does this look enough like the demo? Were gamers misled? Blah blah blah. Returning to The Division in 2026 is a fascinating experience. The game is indeed a mid-teens Ubisoft title. The UI is comically overstated. There are a number of different bases across the map you're meant to unlock. When I first logged into the game, I got pop-up notifications in the middle of the screen alerting me that I had unlocked a new reward for, no joke, 3 full minutes. For much of my playthrough, there was this window open in the corner of the screen filled with Chinese text. And the game is meant to be a looter-shooter, where you do missions large and small, gradually obtaining skill points, more powerful guns, and more protective gloves. Virtually every element of the game is designed to point you towards this style of play. But if you can look past that, past the mini-map and objective markers and walkie-talkie calls from your AI
it's just my dog
allies,
walking around.
there is an eerie sort of magic in these digital streets, too. The detail and the density is staggering. Unlike 15 years prior in Max Payne, every block is just smashed full of cars and newspaper boxes, barricades and trash bags. The city stretches out in every direction, skyscrapers forming the walls of artificial canyons. The snow on the street isn't pristine. It's filthy and pockmarked with footsteps, tire treads, and garbage. Especially at night, with spotlights creating islands of illumination along the darkened avenues, The Division is startling in its fidelity. I chose to ignore the flashing objectives and waypoints and simply wander out into Manhattan, wondering how far the game would let me go. And apart from the multiplayer quarantine zone in the center of the map, there are no limits on how far a player can stray. I walked further and further into the city, feeling not like an awakened sleeper agent, but a shell-shocked resident needing to see with my own eyes what had happened to my home. If you look up at night past the lightless windows of the borough's glass towers, you will see the most unfamiliar sight of all: stars glittering above the city that used to never sleep. Unlike the compressed city as a world map in Parasite Eve, however, the Division's attempt at photorealism also highlights the limits of its simulation. Although some buildings are reproduced practically one-to-one, others are noticeably wrong. The Empire State Building and Chrysler Buildings, icons of the city, even featured in the game's own cover art, are nowhere to be found. In their place are uncanny mutations, like someone tried to draw them from memory. It's not due to artistic incompetence, however. Buildings can be, and often are, copyrighted. Their absence in the Division paints the city in a different light, every street recontextualized as a contract dispute. There are, apparently, limits to how realistic a digital city can be. The game, set in 2015, obviously does not include the Twin Towers, but the Freedom Tower, the One World Trade Center, their replacement, is also missing. Our historical memory is built through art and technology, cave paintings and Roman aqueducts, stories and sculpture. Games are now a part of that lineage. In some ways, they are a quantum leap forward.
Oh, I forgot his tattoos.
You can walk through a picture of a time in a once unimaginable way, but there is no perfect reproduction here. Each is bound to its own artistic idea and its own technological moment, each a unique and limited version of a city that means 10 million different things to 10 million different people.
Maybe just
earlier this year, a YouTuber named Daniel Karpenko uploaded a video compilation of the Twin Towers in 176 different video games, beginning all the way back in 1983 with New York City for Atari. The montage is hypnotic, flashing unceasingly through the years, the city and the towers used as backdrops for racing games, flight simulators, beat-em-ups, shoot-em-ups, point-and-clicks, pinball sims, and yes, Parasite Eve and Max Payne. And then, after 2001, nothing. For 5 years. As if the memory itself was untouchable, that we couldn't bear to replicate it. Not until, if Karpenko's video is to be believed, Driver Parallel Lines, a 2006 game set in 1976, did the Trade Center once again loom on the skyline. A consciously different choice than all the games that had come before it, used not as an imitation, but as a historical artifact, deciding to include something that was no longer there. Last year, Lionel Marsden, the developer of the VR game The Utility Room, released his sophomore effort, The Time Machine. In the opening of The Time Machine, you wander from a nondescript back alley into a wallpapered single room with a single lever. This is where the rest of the game will take place. The entire gameplay of The Time Machine consists of pulling this lever, waiting for a random date to spin into place, and then gazing out at that date through the machine's open doors. You cannot leave the time machine, nor exercise any control over the date you'll be traveling to. Often, the game's dates have some ironic or ominous significance to them. One of my first trips took me to some vast red plain on November 2nd, 1932. Apparently, this was the first day in Australia's Emu War, in which World War I veterans attempted to kill all the emus, ruining local farmers' crops.
I know that
Other
one.
dates require less decoding. I laughed out loud on May 1st, 2003, when the doors opened on a slot canyon and a dismembered arm, aka what Aaron Ralston, the 127 Hours guy, left behind. The conceit of the game, at least in its first half or so, is the conflict between the notoriety of these dates and the placidity of their environments. While we might be looking at the day a war ended, a millennium started, or, I don't know, the Unabomber's cabin, most days, in most places,
crazy.
are just this. Not action-filled, not a climax, just an undisturbed moment in time. In real life, too, if you were in a randomly traveling time machine, you would most often not know where or what you were looking at. This is precisely how our memory does not work. No context, no movement, just a window opening onto another place. Eventually, though, the game has to do it. After a deeply frightening day in 1986 when the time machine's doors opened directly onto Chernobyl's elephant's foot, the clock spins and spins, and eventually lands on the one inevitability in this story, September 11th, 2001. You wince and prepare yourself, and then the doors open on the towers and the island, bright and beautiful and hazy in the morning sun. And you can hear the bustle of the city below, and you can see the future in your mind's eye, and you know how temporary all of this is. But for now, here is the city, frozen in time, a map in a video game that will last as long as the hard drives that host it. And then the doors close, and the machine moves on. Look, sometimes you want to talk about games as monuments of historical memory and nostalgia, and sometimes you want to talk about games as little bundles of mechanics to dissect. The video you just watched definitely falls into the former of those categories, but I've got good news for those of you
That was
who
a short
also
one.
like the latter.
Interesting.
Earlier this month, my friend and essayist Rasputin released a video on good mechanics in bad games. But then, over on Nebula, he assembled the YouTube video game Avengers, Iron Pineapple, Eurothug 4000, and me to talk about the inverse, bad mechanics in good games. This is a video that offers you an exceptionally rare opportunity hearing me complain about aspects of Silksong, Metal Gear Rising, Vanquish, and more, some of our absolute favorite games taken to task for some less than favorite design decisions. This is an exclusive video to Nebula, the premium streaming service I am always putting exclusive videos on. This year, so far, I've released 5 videos on YouTube, but on Nebula, that number is literally doubled. Exclusive essays on male living spaces or games breaking rules, picnics with my wife, and now a very fun discussion with some of the loveliest game talkers on the planet. Now, you're probably hearing about this content and thinking, sure, but what is this going to cost? $300-400? A solid gold bar? My firstborn child? No, good listener. Nebula is maybe the one thing in this world that still only costs a couple bucks. Specifically, $2.50 a month, if you use my link. That's it for a whole world of wonderful essayists, all without the ceaseless ads and noise of the app you might currently be watching this on. So sign up to Nebula, check out me and Raz and Pine and Eurothug all talking about great games with less than great mechanics, then stick around and find out just how much you enjoy the place.
Be a part of it. New York, New York. Today. New York, New York.
Everyone out there that's listening who hates their job, and some people, they have a dream job and they even hate their dream job. I feel like that sometimes. I'll be honest.
I got a video.
You hate your job and you hate your life. Pretend today. Pretend that you love it. Love bomb the shit out of yourself. Love bomb the shit out of your career. Love bomb the things you hate. Oh, I hate my job. I hate. Then meet the hatred with absolute love so that it's so blinding and bright that it's overpowering. Oh, well, you don't know, Dave, because my job is usually you sweep for 10 seconds before the show, but I sweep all day. I gotta clean my airbrushes. Just for today, do a masterpiece. Oh, dark to light, cross-hatching, and show up to the work, the job that you hate today, and pretend like you love it, that it's the dream job, and see how, at the end of the day, that affects you and the people around you, and the customers, and your boss, and everybody around. Pretend. Wow, something was off with Tommy today. He was like dancing with his brush. He was doing some chim-chimney roo shit. Now I'm on the boat. Now I'm on the boat. Now I'm doing some of this shit. Have fun, be creative. Fall in love with the thing you hate today. The fun part of my job is this. This is the fun part. The part that I hate is the stretching the canvas and the emails and the write a letter. Tell the people in your orbit, your life, your friends, your family, your coworkers, your boss, how you made them feel, how they make you feel. Write them a letter. Write them a little note. It doesn't have to be a 10-page letter. It could be on a stick-it pad, and you go, hey, when you said that nice thing about me today, or when you said that inspirational thing today, it made me feel good, and give it to them. Give them their flowers today. Do something special and unique just for them. Go, hey boss, I really appreciate you giving me this job when you could have given it to 100 other people. Thank you for that. Oh, Tommy, you don't need to do that. You already think, no, but I just wanted to thank you again. I appreciate you. Tell them today, right now. Oh, I'm gonna text it to them, I'm gonna call. Call is fine, text is fine, but IRL is better, and drawing or a piece of paper is even better, okay? Or all three. My boss at one of my jobs once was trying to teach me a lesson, and he said, hey Dave. And I said, yeah? Hey Dave, come in here for a second. Boss, I gotta clean this. He goes, no, come in here. I wanna tell you something. I said, okay, boss, I'm coming in. You wanna know something? What is that, boss? And my jefe told me, a human being in a city, a major metropolitan city. Go with me. You wake up, you have no clothes, you're butt naked, and you don't have anybody. You don't have friends, family, anything. In that scenario, a human being will do three things. Beg, they'll just immediately go out and say, please give me money, give me food, give me shelter. Or your personality's not a beggar. I don't ask people for shit. And in that scenario, you'll steal. You'll go and you'll steal clothes, you'll steal food, you'll steal shelter. And number three, because you have nothing to sell and nothing to give except for your own body, you sell your own body. So you will sell your body, you will beg, or you'll steal. That's all the three options that you have. And he said, which one are you? Well, I'm a whore, and I'm telling you, I'm getting on my hands and knees today, and I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm begging you to steal from me today. I'm begging you to go through all my social media, all my content, all my TV shows, all my movies, all my art, and I want you to steal everything. I want you to steal my techniques. I want you to steal things that I've said and not credit me and sound like you came up with it yourself, because guess what? I do that all day. I say stuff all day that my therapist says to me, and I pretend like I came up with it. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I don't need to be credited. I don't care about credited. I don't need that validation. I don't need that approval. I don't need that, hey, I learned this thing. Sometimes I need it, a little bit. Sometimes it helps. Anyways, I'm begging you today to steal from me. And I want you to steal from me to make your life better, to improve your life. I want you to take all my sayings, you believe in yourself, my quotes, my techniques, all of it, and I'm giving it to you open source. I'm open source Dave I, okay?
Paris, a city of legend and romance, and at its heart, a museum with secrets dark and strange.
This one's a documentary.
Murder, conspiracy. A lady who vanishes. the cunning lies of an emperor, and the greatest survival story ever told. Secrets hidden in plain sight inside the Louvre. Paris is an ancient city, witness to revolution, celebration, and war. At its center stands the Louvre, once a royal palace, and now one of the world's greatest museums. The Louvre is home to the most famous painting in human history. The Mona Lisa. Her enigmatic smile is said to conceal many secrets. One of them is how she became so famous. For years, she was just one among many masterpieces at the Louvre. But then, on a summer day in 1911, the lady vanished.
This was the greatest art theft ever committed.
Oh.
You know, it was unprecedented. It
I don't
made
think I've heard of it.
worldwide headlines. Now, the Mona Lisa had been a famous painting, but it's not the Mona Lisa that we know today. It's not the icon that you see on coffee mugs and T-shirts and then being sold at souvenir stands. The Mona Lisa was not that well known.
Today, 8 million visitors a year are drawn here by her fame and mystery. But in 1911, she caught the eye of one man who had his own, more secret motives.
Vincenzo Peruggia, he was one of the guys that was brought to the Louvre to put the masterpieces under glass. As he was walking around, he would notice all this great Italian artwork. And he kind of wondered, where did it come from? He heard some stories, he read some things, and he put two and two together and kind of got five out of it. He got into his head that he was going to return a masterpiece to Italy, where he thought it belonged, and the one that he chose was the Mona Lisa. If you've seen any of these great heist movies, it's carefully planned by a small gang. They plot everything out, they've got their escape route planned. Peruggia, as far as I can tell, didn't do any of that.
Peruggia simply waited for a Monday when the Louvre was closed to the public, then entered with all the other workers. He went to the Salon Carré. The guard was outside taking a cigarette break. Peruggia took the Mona Lisa off the wall and carried it to a service staircase, where he took apart the frame he'd helped to build. He tried to get out a locked door by taking the doorknob off, but it didn't work. So he turned around, walked back through the Louvre, and left through the same door he'd come in.
So Peruggia comes out of the door, and nobody's seen him so far. And he's going to go up this way, up the quay. And he's moving rather fast because it's Monday and he's got to get to work. Plus, he wants to get away from here as soon as possible. Then he remembers he's got something in his pocket. He's got the doorknob. He doesn't mind stealing the Mona Lisa from the Louvre. He doesn't want to get accused of taking their doorknob. So he flings it over here. And as he's doing that, a guy across the street sees him.
Joe Medeiros is a former head writer for The Jay Leno Show. The theft of the Mona Lisa fascinates him so much that he spent years working on a film about Peruggia.
So Peruggia's apartment is about 2 miles away from the Louvre. So how does he get there? He takes the bus. I find it kind of amazing that nobody ever saw him riding the bus with the painting. I mean, look at the size of this thing. You know, how do you sit on a bus very inconspicuously with something this big? I feel like a ventriloquist. How are you today? Oh, I'm fine. I'm just here riding the bus, having a good time. Bonjour.
When this robbery was detected, Louvre officials were humiliated and police were baffled. Fortunately, Paris was then home to the man known as the world's greatest detective, Alphonse Bertillon, a pioneer of forensic science, the world's first CSI investigator. Some of his methods would prove faulty. But other innovations, like the mugshot, are still in use today. Museum officials were confident that with Bertillon's help, police would catch the thief. They had 2 clues. Police had found the missing doorknob and interviewed the eyewitness who saw Perugia throw it away. Unfortunately, his description was completely wrong. Then detectives found a thumbprint on the glass of the abandoned frame. The museum had actually fingerprinted everyone who worked at the Louvre, including Perugia. But the filing system only allowed them to sort the prints by the right hand, and the thumbprint on the glass was from the left. Wild rumors began to circulate. Was the theft the work of an international crime ring? Was it a plot by the Germans? Investigators followed a lead to an unscrupulous Spaniard by the name of Pablo Picasso. It was revealed much later that Picasso had a couple of stolen statuettes from the Louvre
Whoa.
in his sock drawer, but not the Mona Lisa.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Et les années bientôt passèrent et on avait l'impression qu'on allait devoir faire un Louvre désormais sans sa Joconde. La vie du musée, ça a été assez tragique. Des personnes ont été renvoyées. Voilà, ça a été vécu d'une façon extrêmement tragique par toute la direction du musée, et je dirais même par la France elle-même, l'État français. Je crois qu'aujourd'hui encore, dans toute la sécurité qu'on apporte lorsqu'on manipule le tableau, lorsqu'on ouvre la vitrine, il y a encore une part de cet héritage de ce drame vécu en 1911.
Today, the Mona Lisa is protected by 3 layers of bulletproof glass. The mysterious Italian lady is the most carefully guarded artwork in the world.
D'abord, dans le domaine technologique, le Louvre utilise toutes les technologies de son époque, et le Louvre est véritablement un musée du XXIe siècle. Il n'y a aucun doute là-dessus. Et la deuxième chose très importante qui a changé par rapport à l'époque du vol de la Joconde en 1911, c'est d'abord le nombre d'agents de sécurité au Louvre. En 1911, il y en avait 13. Maintenant, il y en a 1300. Donc, c'est quand même considérable. Les dimensions du Louvre
There
sont
were
effectivement
13.
particulières.
Now it's
Uniques probablement au monde.
100.
C'est environ
Sorry, 1,300? That's a
60
lot.
000 mètres carrés de surface d'exposition.
I can't believe they only have 13.
2500 employés. C'est 900 caméras.
13 security
C'est
guards.
2000 portes. 5000 clés. Voilà, c'est des dimensions tout à fait extraordinaires, oui.
So Perugia lived on Rue Hospital Saint Louis. This whole area was filled with Italian immigrants from northern Italy. They were bricklayers, they were plasterers. Like Perugia, they were house painters. His apartment is right over there. So, over the course of 2 years, in this incredible manhunt, Perugia basically sat on it in his apartment. He takes the painting and he puts it in the closet.
2 years after the theft of the Mona Lisa, there's a break in the case. In Florence, Italy, an art dealer receives a letter mysteriously signed Leonardo from a man who wants to return the Mona Lisa to Italy. The art dealer arranges to meet Leonardo at his apartment. The man is actually Perugia.
Perugia drags out the trunk, opens the trunk, and they're watching him take out, his painting tools, old pants, shoes, his workman's smock, his mandolin. And they're looking at each other going, what have we gotten ourselves into? This guy has got nothing here. So until he takes out the false bottom, unwraps the Mona Lisa, and hands him what looks like a genuine Leonardo da Vinci masterpiece. So Vincenzo Perugia is sitting in his hotel room waiting to be compensated for bringing the Mona Lisa to Italy because he thinks he has done a good and noble patriotic act. There's a knock on his door. He opens it, and who's there but the Carabinieri? They arrest him. They take him to jail. They fingerprint him. They photograph him. They question him. And he's going, well, what's going on? I'm a hero here.
Shortly after his arrest, a psychiatrist examines Perugia and deems him mentally deficient. He is soon released, a free man. Perugia faded into obscurity, But because of his notorious crime, the Mona Lisa's fame grew. Before returning to France, she made a triumphant tour of Italy, cementing the celebrity she enjoys to this day. Perugia's failed attempt to repatriate an Italian painting transformed the Mona Lisa from an ordinary woman into an international superstar.
Cool. But also makes, like, way sense.
The Louvre is filled with monumental artworks depicting
One of those things that,
of history.
once it gets in people's heads,
All are what they seem.
kind of sticks.
This canvas records the coronation of Napoleon. It is a painting full of lies.
Oh, I bet.
Jacques-Louis David was the official painter of the new empire of Napoleon. So this painting has also a role of political propaganda. And we are not on time of Facebook or YouTube, so you could cheat easily on history, and that's what he did.
From the beginning
how do
of
we
his
know?
rise to power, Napoleon was a master of controlling his public image. In December of 1804, when he set out towards Notre-Dame Cathedral to become emperor, he was determined to create the greatest piece of political theater ever seen.
Napoleon and his wife Josephine left the royal palace at 10 o'clock in the morning and took about 2 hours to go to Notre Dame. And the procession passed just here, on this place, the Conseil d'État, we say.
France is no longer ruled by an emperor, but if it were, the heir to the throne would now be Charles Napoleon, the descendant of Napoleon's youngest brother.
In the carriage, Napoleon was with his 2 brothers. And Napoleon told Joseph, what would our father think if he would see us today? The Bonaparte family came from a very small city. And in fact, today he's going to be crowned as an emperor of the western part of Europe. Crazy history, you know, and he realized how crazy it was.
It was only 12 years since the French had declared the end of the monarchy and chopped off the head of their king. Napoleon realized the people were going to need to be convinced before they'd accept him as emperor. That's why the artist David was commissioned to attend the ceremony at Notre-Dame Cathedral, pencil in hand, to record it and alter it to Napoleon's satisfaction. First, a few minor touch-ups. Napoleon is shown taller than he really was.
I bet that's where the myth comes from.
Shown with his hands folded in his lap. But when Napoleon saw it, he said, "I didn't bring the Pope all the way from Rome to have him sit there and do nothing." So the hands were repainted to show him giving a sign of blessing.
An interesting detail is also a thing that you can't see, because the school of the neoclassical academical painting is that you have to first copy a model to make it all naked. And once you have the person all naked, then you add the clothes.
Oh.
We have from the Pope sketches where he's sitting all naked in the chair. So there's something quite unusual to see the Pope all naked.
David made significant
Wow.
changes. Here, Napoleon's mother, Madame Laetitia, gazes benevolently on the royal couple below. But in fact, she wasn't there at all. She refused to come.
Laetitia was there because she didn't approve the marriage with Josephine. She was, you know, a very jealous mother. She was a kind of very Mediterranean mother. So she didn't approve this marriage. And even the sisters of Napoleon were in a kind of competition with Josephine. They fought before the coronation about carrying the very long coat of Josephine. And then Napoleon decided that they had to do it anyway. And it was done.
The image of Empress Josephine was altered too. She was just over 40, but is portrayed as a radiantly beautiful young woman. There is no hint in the painting
Like
of her
40,
anger at
is that
recently
old?
catching Napoleon in another woman's bedroom,
Oh.
or at his threats of divorce. As they had not been married in the Catholic Church, divorce was possible. But Josephine knew a thing or two of her own about manipulation.
She decided in the night before the coronation to take appointment with the Pope. The Pope just didn't know that she wasn't married at the church with Napoleon.
The Pope refused to participate in the coronation unless they were married in the Catholic Church. Napoleon had no choice but to accept a rushed marriage the night before the coronation. The finished painting depicts the moment when Napoleon steps forward to crown his wife as Empress. But the original version showed the first part of the ceremony, where he defiantly placed the crown on his own head.
He put
Whoa.
the crown out of the hand of the Pope to crown himself. This is a very famous episode of the consecration of Napoleon. And if you look just behind the head of Napoleon, you can see the first version shimmering through the painting.
Why was this change made? Some say the artist preferred it this way. But Napoleon's memoirs reveal that the painter was convinced to make the change by Josephine. The new empress was aging and unable to produce an heir, and in a few short years Napoleon would manage to divorce her. But in this painting she is young, she is beautiful, and she is fixed forever in a moment of triumph. Not his, but hers.
In one hand, you know, you have the very official ceremony, the coronation and painting of David. When you look behind, you can see all the jealousy between the different people there, the everyday comedy, you know, of the life.
On the second floor of the Louvre stands a masterpiece of metalwork. It is known as the armor of the 16th century French king, Henri II. And if you think it looks brand new, there's a good explanation for that. Henri never wore it. The reason why is a museum secret. Henri owned many suits of armor that he wore not only in battle, but for protection during one of his favorite pursuits, jousting. As he prepared to face an opponent on the 30th of June 1559, no one expected that a freak accident would change history.
One of the splinters from the lance would have entered the orbit or eye socket like this. They didn't penetrate the bone of the skull. What they did was, because they were so filthy, a jousting lance would be full of horse feces and various other stuff from the ground. It introduced a lot of foreign, very dirty material into the soft tissues of the orbit, producing an infection in the eye socket.
Henri II had just turned 40 and still took pride in his athleticism. He wasn't considered especially bright, but he was tall and handsome and looked good in a suit of armor.
Notre brave Henri II était un féru de joute. Il adorait ça, comme tous les grands chevaliers d'ailleurs de l'époque, comme tous les grands gentilshommes, et donc il organisait des tournois.
Un chevalier, il est formé depuis son plus jeune âge, à la guerre, au combat. Donc aujourd'hui, on appellerait ça un soldat d'élite. Il n'y avait pas tant de guerre que ça au Moyen-Âge. Il pouvait se passer 10 ans, 20 ans, il n'y avait pas de bataille, il n'y avait pas de combat. Et qu'est-ce qu'ils faisaient les chevaliers? Alors être le plus fort sur un champ de bataille, c'est gagner la bataille. Mais être le plus fort dans une vie civile, je dirais en temps de paix, eh ben c'est jouter.
Two horses, each weighing 1,000 pounds, rush towards each other at 20 miles per hour. Each rider is wearing 80 pounds of armor and carries a 14-foot lance. It's not a sport for the timid.
Historiquement, les casques, c'est une visière qui est complètement vide. Nous, souvent, on rajoute des petites grilles. Donc, en principe, pas d'éclats qui peuvent rentrer. Bon, c'est pas historique, mais bon. Donc, on a des petits ajustements qui nous permettent de s'approcher du zéro défaut et donc pas de problème. Donc, en principe, pas de bobo.
Leur lance à eux était en bois plein,
une seule pièce,
avec un crochet en 3 pièces, comme ça, qui permettait de répartir l'impact et de pouvoir vraiment accrocher l'armure pour pousser l'adversaire. Nous, on a du bois relativement léger qui se brise très facilement, mais la blessure d'Henri II pourrait arriver à un cavalier contemporain, tout à fait.
With splinters of a shattered lance driven deep into his eye socket, the king was rushed back to his palace. There, in agony, he was attended by two doctors who are considered pioneers of modern medicine. Ambroise Paré, the father of surgery, and Andreas Vesalius, whose works on anatomy became essential tools of medicine for hundreds of years.
These were men of science. These were observers. These were people who actually wrote down their findings for posterity. And now we can, hundreds of years later, we can talk about Henri II's injury and try to put together the facts and figure out what happened. Well, the shard went into the eye, but probably didn't penetrate the orbit. So it probably went in a couple centimeters. Can we lay in a shard?
That's what I'm going to put now.
Using new visualization software to display the king's wound as described by his physicians, brain surgeon Dr. Mark Bernstein and researcher Fabio Ayres pieced together the precise nature of the king's accident.
Call it like that. Okay. And then that's the target. And can we make
It's
it
probably
a
as
point?
close
Drop
as I'm
the
going to be able
pencil
to
into
get
the
it to
straight
what I
line.
want.
There. That's better. That's where the end.
Ah, that's what the end point was.
That's sort of where it ended.
When
the splinters went in, and one of them is represented here by this green line, they probably immediately blinded his eye. And you can see here, as I peel back the scalp, one of the splinters shown by the green line lies within the eye socket. Now, when Henri received the trauma to his right eye, there was an acceleration this way, and then an acceleration backwards, and the brain would have swirled forward. This is a common mechanism of brain injury. It likely produced a bruise at the back side of the brain here. Ultimately, as the eyeball became more and more infected, the bacteria spread back into the brain and set up shop. So that would have produced a mass lesion which pushed on the brain. And any pressure that goes uncontrolled inside the skull leads to death.
The king's doctors tried to understand his wound by experimenting on the heads of decapitated criminals. Growing desperate, they considered cutting open the king's skull to relieve the pressure, a procedure called trepanation.
Given the level of knowledge at that time, the only thing they could have done would have been to do a trepanation and get extremely lucky and put it over the pus. There would have been no way of localizing it. Nowadays, we have CAT scans, we have MRIs. We can find out where things are exactly in the brain. They had no such access to imaging. But if they'd done a trepanation and they'd put it right on top of the pus, he might have done better.
After 11 days of torment, Henri II succumbed to his injury. In this gallery in the Louvre, his body lay in state. His death mask remains in a room nearby.
What? I didn't know that.
Henri died as this suit of armor was nearing completion. And that's why he never wore it. He never got the chance. Henri's untimely death plunged France into a period of bloody internal conflict. His death also spelled the end of his favorite extreme sport. Jousting was replaced by a safer game of skill, where riders aimed lances at wooden rings. Over time, such games transformed into mechanical rides on horses made of wood.
Carousel!
The carousel was born.
Wow.
So every time you see a child on a merry-go-round, remember that their innocent joy began with the death of a king.
Wow.
At the Louvre, every work of art tells a story. Some are stories of hope, some of despair. One canvas tells the true story of a naval tragedy. These are the survivors of an unspeakable ordeal. 147 people set adrift on a hostile sea. When rescue finally came, there were just 15 survivors. What happened?
The captain was a man who hadn't been to sea for 25 years. And this man was in command over a crew who had served Napoleon, who had fought against the British, and had been continually to sea in the previous 2 decades. This created a kind of charged atmosphere from the moment that the expedition set sail.
The French ship Medusa set sail in 1816 to reclaim
Holy
the colony
moly.
of Senegal.
How's it
But off the coast
going?
of Africa, the captain's incompetence
Good morning.
led to his vessel coming too close to shifting sandbanks, where it ran aground.
The commander promised, standing before the white Bourbon flag, that everybody would be saved. They made this pledge and then promptly seated themselves in the nice longboat, the skiff, and the other people, the rabble, as it were, they were consigned to the raft.
The raft the crew constructed was large, almost the size of a tennis court. But under the
I'm
weight of
almost done.
147 people, it barely floated at all.
Started so early? Yeah.
The plan was that the boats would form a kind of convoy linked together by ropes, and they
I had the
would row
time.
the raft to shore.
Should I start early now?
But in the kind of
During the week.
disorganization of evacuation, one of the officers
Fridays not so
got
much.
a hatchet, and he started to hack
'Cause I work
at the rope that was pulling
those days.
the Medusa. The raft of the Medusa was abandoned. Without any navigational equipment, without a rudder, on stormy seas.
Theodore Géricault was a young artist
Theodosia.
looking for a way to make his mark. When news of the abandoned raft reached France, he chose this scandalous subject for his first major work. It would lead him to the edge of madness.
Un des éléments qui a choqué les contemporains, c'était d'avoir un fait divers représenté à cette échelle. Jamais on n'avait osé représenter un tel épisode à cette échelle-là. Cette échelle était réservée aux grands héros, ou cette échelle était réservée à Napoléon ou au roi, pas à des malheureux sur un radeau. C'est-à-dire, Géricault voit derrière finalement le contingent du réel, jusque dans ce côté sordide que peut avoir le réel, la grandeur de l'homme.
Géricault had a fascination for dark subjects: wounded soldiers, dead animals, violence, and madness. And he had a dark story of his own. An incestuous affair with his uncle's young wife had led him to fill his
I'm going to
notebooks with
pause for
erotic
a
drawings.
moment. I'll be right back.
She had recently become
Okay. I'm back.
scandal was was about
Sorry,
to
my
break.
dog was barking,
He
and I don't know
closeted
what he was
himself in
barking
his
at.
studio,
So
shaved his head
I want to
as
make
if
sure
to
it wasn't
remove himself from the world, and began
something
to
I
draw
needed to
the
get
first sketches
him away
of a
from.
story of horror and despair. The raft of the Medusa had been set adrift 60
Making
miles
sure it
out
wasn't
to sea in one of the
ghosts.
most
Yeah.
inhospitable places on Earth. At the edge of the Sahara, the sun sears
Not
exposed
ghosts,
flesh.
not
And
the
for anyone who should fall
pest
into the sea,
control guy,
sharks are ever circling.
stuff like that.
The castaways had nothing but 2 barrels of wine and 1 cask of hard biscuits to keep them alive.
On the first night, there was fairly rough weather. When they woke up in the morning, they found people squealing because their legs had been trapped between the spars and the masts of the raft. People were already beginning to die.
On the second night, they endured a violent storm. Their growing rage at commanders who had abandoned them was turned against each other.
There was a riot.
Oh, it's done actually.
Killed. After the second night, when they woke up, they found 60 people dead. It occurred to some people that this was a potential source of nourishment. It was a fairly gruesome task to have to eat it raw, scooped off the body of a dead comrade.
That's crazy.
So they would take little slices of human flesh and hang them up on the cordage to sort of wind dry and make it easier to eat.
As he tried to paint this depravity and suffering,
What is this about? It's about the secrets of the Louvre, the dark history at the world's most famous museum.
the men on the raft. Near his studio, there was an insane asylum.
I don't know what this has to do with the Louvre just yet.
Now he returned on a darker errand. He convinced the doctors to give him body parts from the morgue. He displayed these in his studio, trying to recreate the experience of
The last one was a king that is entombed, essentially, at the Louvre.
But strangely, as his first attempts
The Louvre? Yeah, the history or art museum of France. That's the giant pyramid, the glass pyramid, where the Mona Lisa is.
long study of despair, he chooses to paint a moment of hope. The moment when, after 13 days, the survivors spot a sail on the horizon.
There was tremendous excitement, obviously, on board. Everybody summoned up their last little bit of strength to sort of try and stretch up and wave to the boat. It didn't see them. It disappeared. It's a moment that's all about
Do I need the color?
hope, but it's false hope. It's hope with a spike in it, because of course the ship disappears. And then 2 hours later, miraculously, the frigate reappeared. And what's more, this time it seems to have sighted them, and it was sailing towards them.
At its first public exhibition, the raft of the Medusa shocked France and the world.
Oh, that painting.
Had been exposed, and the public outcry would bring down the government. But Géricault didn't live long enough to see his painting sold. He was never reunited with the woman he loved. His only child was raised as an orphan. The painter who found a story of hope in a story of despair could not find it for himself. A popular head of state assassinated at the height of his fame. Assassin, and the lingering question, did he act alone?
Is there something about the JFK assassination at the Louvre?
Not John F. Kennedy in 1963,
Oh.
but Henri IV of France 400 years ago.
Okay. I was supposed to be like, what?
So the painting is called the Apotheosis of Henry IV, and well, there are two parts of the painting. The part on the left is the Apotheosis, and we can see Henry IV. He's the
I think he'll
white-bearded
be
man.
fine without the
At the
color.
feet of Henry IV, you have a snake with an arrow piercing the neck. The snake represents Ravaillac, who is the man who murdered Henry IV.
400 years to the day since the assassination of Henri IV,
Huh?
historian Jean-François Beige retraces his
Oh, I see what happened.
fateful journey.
I was like, what?
Le carrosse sort par cette porte. Il s'avance ici. Ce n'était pas tout à fait comme maintenant. Il s'avance et il
Hello.
rentre dans la petite rue.
They're so difficult, but also I think it doesn't really benefit this particular comic very much. I think it does better in black and white, even though it's still, it is really hard to read because there is so much dark coloring to it. But if I leave it blank, it's underwhelming in a way.
Il peut suivre le carrosse.
Even today, Henri IV is remembered in France with great affection. Perhaps because of his reputation as Le Bon Roi, the good king, the monarch who truly cared about the poorest of his subjects and promised a chicken in every pot.
My son. Too distracting.
It's not only his history, but his legend as well. It's going into the house of a peasant and drinking with him.
Seems like it's
being
only up here.
recognized,
That's
but
really
loved by the people and a lot of things. And he liked life, of course.
Don't
He
worry.
had quite a few mistresses.
It is said that Henri IV had more mistresses than all the other kings of France combined.
Whoa.
Many of them had borne him children, but he needed a wife to have a legal heir. That queen
That doesn't
would be
really work.
Marie de Medici. And in this room at the Louvre, 24 paintings by the great artist Peter Paul Rubens depict her story.
Peter Paul Rubens. That sounds
It was
familiar.
an arranged marriage. Henri had only seen her portrait.
Wow, I love
He
that
didn't even
painting.
attend the wedding. It was conducted by proxy. The new queen was sent to France to celebrate her wedding night with a man she had never met. A man whose other women were all around her. Soon factions started to form. The Protestants around the king and the Catholics around the queen. When she was crowned, the Catholics took one step closer to power. The very next day, when the king left the Louvre, a Catholic mystic on a mission from God would be waiting outside.
A mission from God.
Était étroite.
The road is blocked, and the carriage is forced to stop.
Il faut imaginer une charrette de foin renversée.
The guards leave the carriage to clear
Okay.
the way, and Ravaillac
I think
seizes his
it is done. There is no dialogue, purposefully. There is one thing that I could add, I suppose.
He leaps up onto the carriage wheel and through the window plunges his knife into the king's heart. The assassination looks like the work of a lone assailant, but there are signs that all is not as it seems.
Il y avait beaucoup d'hommes tout autour de cet endroit et il y a des cavaliers qui sont partis, des hommes qui étaient en armes mais qui n'étaient pas des gardes du roi. Et ces hommes ont mystérieusement disparu. Qui étaient-ils? Il y a 400 ans que l'on s'interroge pour savoir qui ils étaient.
In the king's carriage is the Duke of Épernon, an aristocrat who the king has never trusted. After the assassination, he seizes Ravaillac and prevents the
I'm gonna
angry
have to
crowd
mute in a
from
second
killing him on the
if my
spot.
dog starts barking.
The Duke rushes back to the palace, and within hours instructs the Queen to claim the regency. His moves seem very swift and very well prepared.
Mary of Medici is a widow, that's the reason why she's wearing black, and the moment her husband was dead, she sent a representative to the Parliament of Paris asking for the regency of France, which is not what you see here. What you see here are the people at court giving the power of France to Mary. Mary of Medici, who commissioned the paintings, who wanted her story to be told in one way, and so she twists the history so that she can be seen in a better light.
Ravaillac was put on trial.
I'm going to
The
save
court didn't
it.
believe his story that he had done it alone.
Yeah.
They were convinced he'd been working for somebody, and they meant to find out who.
In the end, they found him obviously guilty and sentenced him to death. But before his execution, they decided that he was to be put to the question, to be tortured. They used what is a particularly French torture known as the brodequin. And the brodequin consists of a couple of planks that are strapped on the outside of the legs, holding them very tightly together. And then wedges, wooden wedges, are driven between the knees, between the ankle bones, between the bones of the feet, designed to obviously break the bones.
What? That is it for now. I'm gonna play the clip. Play the clip this is from. And then it'll be it for today. But I'll be lingering around socials and stuff today. I've got to clean up a little bit of laundry, and then I'm gonna be chilling, I guess. Where was I going? Oh. Should be... Okay. How far back was it? Oh God. Am I looking at the entirely wrong thing? I have to find it in my history then. We'll go to chatting. What? What? There it is. Notable losses. This has pull it over here. Make sure it loads properly. Okay. This will be, I guess, Return to Blackwell spoilers. I mean, the comic is anyway. Oh, right. I was gonna fix her dress collar, but I think that's okay. Maybe do that later. Like that. And oh, I guess we can go back to that thing. We'll change you to itself. To this. Over that. So teeny tiny. Oh, whoops. There we go. I think this is still correct. Hold on. Why does it look like? I think I might have messed up this spot. Whoops, I definitely messed that up. Hold on. Okay, so this is the clip, essentially, that I was drawing from the guy's perspective. I'm gonna play it.
I've been a wild rover for many a year.
My dear little sister that I didn't get
But I spent all me money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with
The
golden great
ghost
store.
girl he's holding the hand of is his
I
sister.
never will play.
Stay. Help us.
The wild rover no more.
One last duty.
And it's no.
I definitely have to adjust her dress a little bit.
Oliver, Edward, Oliver, please.
No, I never no more.
Oliver.
Please. No, don't go.
Stay back.
We came this far. She's fucking dead. Mom, no, that's not her. You know she's dead.
Was that Eamon? No. Well, I can hear Eamon in the background, but
And I'm shit at riding. We need you.
You survive death to give in now.
You've made it this far. Seems the man was always just a little further.
Don't take her from me.
She's already gone, Oliver.
Don't take her from me.
She's already gone. I'm sorry. Stop it. This not all of us.
She's been with me the whole
She
time.
didn't die here, you know that.
Oliver.
She died out west.
If this is how he's going to find solace, then let him, Hawkins. The longer we stay here, the more we fall into their tricks. We have to move.
Come on, please.
And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play? What do you want?
he pulled his sword on Benny.
Please give us your damn pack. You're gonna take it with you.
Please. Come on.
No, nay, never, no more, Benedict.
I can go back to New
He's made his choice.
Too long I've waited.
And then Eliza
You will
comes
not
up.
take my sister from me just as death did before. None of you.
We're moving. Let's go. Leave him to his madness.
Who is this guy? This is one of the mercenaries. He is definitely the next person that I'm gonna watch the POV of. He worked with Silas a lot. He was a merc that essentially like used to take a bunch of expedition jobs and things like that in other parts of the country, the world. The ghost is lost just a tiny bit.
You've dreamt of this for so long.
So glad to see you again.
She's not here, but she's here.
I always knew you
She's
were with me.
perfect.
I always knew you.
She's everything you've held in your memory for so long. Her gaze is warm. Her hand is soft in yours. And as you continue into the darkness, your lantern gutters and fails. You feel arms around you, hands in your face, fingers through your hair.
He's so cool.
Everything's perfect. Everything is what it should have been.
I love you, Maeve. It's just so much.
Wasn't this his sister? It is his sister. You're imagining it way more inappropriate than it is.
Without the wretched light of lanterns, torches,
But it's not really his sister either. It's
forsaken moon or the sun you haven't seen.
a hallucination of it, of her, sort of mixed with
You can start again.
an evil god's machinations.
At least I
With her.
you.
Well, you also didn't, like, possibly kill your sister, so.
And there,
And
last,
then go crazy.
and along her face, you can feel her. As certain as you can feel your own pulse. You've given everything for this. And now, you can move on. But you can't go with the rest of them. You have to go with her.
Go. It's the least I owe.
It's so spooky. And after this, he does sing that same lullaby again by himself. It's really good. And from Eliza's perspective, too, that moment where she's walking over to him, she does take one final look back to him. Did he die? Question mark. It's been determined that he is MIA at this point. He's not necessarily dead. I think the DM gives him a line. I'm going to skip the singing, sadly, as much as I like it. Or is Elliot's ghost also haunting? He did try convincing Eliza to come out into the darkness too.
No, never, no more.
That's technically the final line that he has.
Frenchie, that was incredible.
Thank you. What should I do now?
Well, Oliver has a dark path ahead of him that is not on screen. If you want to jump into an invisible avatar here and observe or help out on crew if you'd like, you're free to.
Sure, I will rest for a little bit invisible, and then
Yeah. So he's technically at that point missing in action. He's in the darkness. but what that means for him is yet to be determined. And may never be determined, let's be real. Could just be he's like forever corrupted in the dark kind of thing. So I imagine from Eliza's perspective, she has this one final glance back as they turn a corner and go into the darkness, where she glances back and sees them, and in my mind, she sees that as the possibility of something she could have done or would have done too if there weren't other people around her and she didn't, and if she didn't believe that Elliot wouldn't do that. He wouldn't convince her to try and go into the darkness. Did she even know him, really? Not Oliver a whole lot. I think she didn't even really know much of his backstory. I think Elliot knew a little bit, because I think they took a few jobs together. But that's part of the reason I'm going to go back and watch Oliver's point of view anyways, because a lot of the things that he does are removed enough from what she does that they're like doing different time or different storylines. And I think he works with Silas a decent amount. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. And why it was interesting too, like, this is probably the first time, that moment where he says, "You're not going to take my sister from me," is probably the first time that Eliza hears him say that he has a sister. So I think she would understand in that moment what he's doing. Or why he's acting the way that he's acting. But that's it for today. I'm gonna eat food. I'm gonna eat lunch. And then I'll be back tomorrow with Live 2D model drawing. Tattoos, yeah. He went crazy and drew a bunch of eyes on his arms. So I'm just really excited to see what he was going through. Because it's so intriguing. Like, just from his, like, smaller perspective. Smaller perspective? More limited? I feel like as a merc, he was probably doing a lot of work and stuff. And I wonder what that does to his character while going through some of the craziness that he seemed to be. Calling him short? No, he was actually very tall. I think he was a little bit taller than most of the guys. There's maybe 2 or 3 people who were taller than him, but he was definitely on the taller side. A very gangly kind of guy, though. I think Bracken called him a drowned raccoon at one point. But he just seems so cool. And I did watch the first episode of his point of view, which was really good as well. And I had another doodle based on that too, but it was a little too complex for me to finish it, so. But this is it for now. I'm happy with it, actually. As someone who does not draw guys very often, this is actually better than I expected it to be. So, how many episodes does he have? The same number. Same number of episodes. Everyone, if they didn't miss an episode, technically has the same number of sessions. There's, in total, 28 sessions of Return to Blackwell. Some people don't have each and every one of those, have made it to each and every one of those. Eliza didn't make it to each and every one of those. So it's entirely dependent on whether or not they were able to make a session. But he has a lot of them, so. Yeah. Was there anything else I want to mention? Tomorrow we're doing live 2D drawing. This weekend we're doing Yatagarasu watch along. Oh, tomorrow. We're only starting the live 2D stuff tomorrow if I don't get VR chat working. I want to do a little walk around some worlds that I found. And if I'm gonna be doing that, I might as well stream it. But if my PC explodes, I'm trying to do that. Then we'll start live 2D. But if it handles it, then it'll be cool. It'll be chill. Alrighty. Not public worlds, I hope? No. I would never do public worlds. I don't even do them on my own. I'll be real with you. I don't even do those on my own, so. That'll be it for today. I'm gonna post these comics in a bit. I'm gonna adjust the sister's dress stuff, and then I'll be posting it. And then later we got State of Play, which I'll be watching Ranger watch, maybe. I think he said he was gonna be able to do it if he got off of work. Otherwise, I'll probably just watch it whenever. Whenever I feel like it. It's not until 5, so I think it said it was at 5. I don't know. I have the notification on though, so we'll see. In the meantime, let me see. I don't think that anyone I have is live. Nope. Yeah, they're all nighttime streamers. So that makes sense. So you're off. You're off to wherever you want to go to. Night. We'll be chilling. Like a villain. For a bit. Alrighty. I will see you next time. Did you do your check-in? Did I miss it? No, I definitely heard it. I wouldn't be able to hear it now. Like a villain. Yeah, that's the saying. Chilling like a villain. Chilling like a villain. I'm not actually going to be chilling like a villain. I mean, I guess that depends on how you... what is villainous for you, right? It depends on if drawing an angst comic is considered villainous, I guess. But otherwise, I'm not very villainous. I'm not. All right. See you tomorrow. Same time, same place.